Good morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, testifiers. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this committee and this meeting today. My vice chair is Senator Potter, who previously chaired this committee and is now, of course, president of the 36th legislature. First, on behalf of myself, my family, and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues, I want to extend a heartfelt sympathies to the family of Senator Potter, Milton Potter, and the loss of his nephew. May he rest in peace. I also, on a personal note, I want to express my sympathies to the family of attorney Amelia Joseph, who I met in the summer of 1984 when I clerked for Judge David O'Brien. And then both she and I worked after Hurricane Hugo in the SBA Disaster Loan Office. So I do know a lot about disaster recovery. Totally different, of course, now. But I do want to say that Amelia was a hard worker and very energetic, full of energy person, and I want to express my condolences to her family, in particular her son, Dominique, and her daughter, Joy. I know them really well, having met her when Dominique was 2 years old. I pray that God gives them comfort and peace in the days ahead, and they have loving memories of Amelia and hold her in their hearts forever. I will definitely miss her. February, of course, you know, is Black History Month, and we celebrate the achievements of African Americans, and we recognize the central role they play in U.S. history. Of course, for us Virgin Islanders, we can celebrate Black history, and then next month we have Virgin Islands history, because we're a majority Black place. So we have two times, but we should be doing it all year, right? On that note, too, one of my best friends that I met in law school, Ava Elias Booker, her son plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, Thomas Booker IV. And I did not know anything about football until he started to play football, because I'm a basketball player. But I didn't mind watching football and the Eagles. All the ladies know why, right? But I want to say this, that, you know, Ava, my friend, was sending articles about the Philadelphia Eagles. And one thing that I read about the super MVP, Jalen Hurts, is that he hired an all-women management team, the first to do so. And the primary agent, Nicole Lynn, she negotiated a record-breaking contract for Hurts, $255 million over 5 years. See, that's what women can do. They can negotiate. Okay, so I begin us up today with that. This weekend too, I watched the movie Just Mercy. I had not looked at it when it came out in the theaters. And those of you who saw it know that it's a social justice drama on the memoir of lawyer and activist Brian Stevenson. So I want to highlight him today because he has helped hundreds of wrongfully convicted death row inmates. And at the end of the movie, he repeats what he said at a 2012 highly publicized TED Talk that I think when he said we need to talk about injustice. And I'm highlighting him today because for me, disaster recovery is about social justice, really. And he said at the end that the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is justice. Because justice is a concept of making sure and that all people have access, equal access to health, wealth, well-being, privileges, and opportunity. And I feel that what has happened to our community after Hurricanes Irma and Maria reflects really the issues and challenges that we have, which are social justice issues that perpetuate inequality and really marginalize people. So I also want to say that social justice is about fighting for affordable housing, building more, more affordable housing and making it easier for people to afford housing. And so on this platform that I have as the chair of the Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning chair, I really want to promote for the next 2 years understanding and empathy of those among us who are disadvantaged, poor, marginalized, and that at times when they come to us, those of us who have power, that we have to have the empathy and the understanding of where they are, because I don't think in the last 2 years I have seen that to the extent that I should have, and we live in a Black community, and this is Black History Month. So we need to promote equality and fairness in education, healthcare, housing. What I did, I really also want to say that February is a month of love. I didn't wear the red for disaster. I was having a good chat before to say disaster. No, it's because of love, right? And that's what we need in our community. But we also need to understand what has happened to us. And I do not intend as a chair of this committee to trip over what's behind me. Everybody understand that? What's behind is behind. I don't trip over things that's behind me. You only trip over things ahead of me. So I need everybody to understand that. Okay. What I did was I looked at states in getting ready to be the chair. I wanted to see how long recovery takes. In Florida, it took, after Hurricane Andrew, it took 5 to 10 years for full recovery. And that, they said, is recovering quickly, 5 to 10 years. And the reason for that is because Florida has a strong state-level coordination efforts. They have an affluent tax base. They have their local governments streamline their building permits. Then the other one was Texas with Hurricane Harvey, and it said it took them 2 to 3 years. But Texas had a robust economy. They had strong public-private partnerships, and they used local resilience initiatives to reduce delays. So what's the state that had the longest recovery? I think most of you will know this. It's New Orleans, Louisiana. Over 15 years and still rebuilding. I didn't know that. Still rebuilding. And why was it slow? And I think this is what we share. Socioeconomic disparities and displacement of residents, complicated rebuilding. So when we look at some of the things with disaster recovery, I'm not making excuses for this administration. I'm just simply, or for us as a people, I'm simply trying to say that wealthier areas recover faster because they have better insurance coverage, they have higher tax revenue for rebuilding. We rely practically on the federal government for our entire rebuilding. Florida and Texas do not. They have had robust infrastructure before the hurricanes. I think most of us know how old our schools were when the hurricanes hit. Texas has been praised for its preparedness. One of the things that doesn't happen in big states like Texas and Florida, a lot of their population is not displaced. They stay right where they are. In New Orleans and Puerto Rico, a lot of the population was displaced, leading to labor shortages, which we're going to talk about today. And so there was then delays and everything. So we need to be realistic in the Virgin Islands, and I do want to just talk about some of the logistical challenges that we face and shortages, and just try to see how, with the legislature, we can move forward faster, maybe, or more efficiently. So I will begin. I'm just saying that because I really want to set the tone for the fact that we know, all of us, 2017 to 2025. 2017 to 2025, that's 8 years, right? But we've been plagued with a lot of issues, and so we need to be realistic. I think that all of us, as senators especially, I wasn't in the Senate in 2018, but from 2018, we've been hearing blue roofs, blue roofs, blue roofs. And we're still hearing it, right? But I think that today we will hear from the director that we're making progress. And so I want to highlight ODR in Black History Month for that achievement, right? And for working well with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, both entities, to move forward. So I just want to say that. So on that note, we will begin with the roll call. So I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr.
Present.
Present.
Speaking the mic.
Senator Dwayne.
Present.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Senator Bocas. Madam Chair, I'm present.
He's present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Absent.
Absent.
Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Senator DeGraff. Absent.
Senator Maurice C. James.
Present. When you don't hear a response, you need to say Senator Dwayne DeGraff absent. Okay,
Senator
moving
Dwayne
forward.
M. DeGraff. I'm sorry. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Me on mic.
Senator Milton Potter.
Senator Potter.
Senator Potter absent.
Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Kurt A. Vialet present. Madam Chair, we have 5 senators present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to recognize the non-committee members that are here. We have Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Novell Francis. Thank you for joining us today. We have a lot to cover. Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We will recognize the other senators when they arrive. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, Thursday, February 20th, 2025, 10 a.m., Fritz E. Lowett's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, USVI. The committee will receive testimony from the Office of Disaster Recovery on its operations and key disaster recovery and infrastructure projects, including but not limited to review of federal disaster assistance grants, current data on anticipated, allocated, obligated, and expended funds, challenges and opportunities in grant utilization, super PMO structure and responsibilities, operation and effectiveness of super PMO, coordination with other agencies and stakeholders, status of bundles, critical projects, assessments of bundling approach and contractor responsiveness, update on key infrastructure and recovery projects, performance of CDBG-DR programs, progress of Envision Tomorrow initiative, and data on resident participation and responsiveness. Invited testifiers, Adrienne L. Williams-Octalien, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Eugene Jones Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Madam Chair, this is the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also see that Senator Avery Lewis has joined us. Thank you very much for being here. I am going to first ask all the testifiers, well, it's just one block, to speak clearly and put your name and title and position on the record. I do not believe we have anyone joining us virtually, correct? Thank you. So we will begin with Director Williams-Octalien.
Right. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Adrienne Williams-Octalien, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Artrell Watlington Francis, Deputy Director, Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer, CDBG-DR, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Melinda Vigilant-Mesa, Territorial Assistance Officer.
Good morning, Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Go ahead.
Eugene E. Jones Jr., Executive Director, VIHFA Housing Finance Authority.
Dana Clendenin, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, and we don't have anyone on St. Thomas. So what we will do now is we will now hear the testimony from our invited testifiers, beginning with the Office of Disaster Recovery, Director Adrienne Williams-Octalien. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice James, Chairwoman of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, distinguished members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams-Octalien, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I am accompanied by Artrell Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, Melinda K. Vigilant-Messer, Territorial Public Assistance Officer, Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer, Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer, and Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager. It is my honor to present an update on the status of disaster recovery initiatives in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Since the establishment in February of 2019, ODR has remained vigilant in its quest to build a resilient Virgin Islands, focusing on accessing funds, expending funds, and ensuring regulatory compliance. Simply put, we get the funds, and spend them correctly. In line with its first strategic priority of getting the funds, ODR has successfully increased anticipated overall obligations from $8 billion to $23.7 billion as of the end of January 2025. This is an increased value of over $15 billion. When ODR began its oversight of the recovery in 2019, $3.2 billion in funding was obligated. Over the past 5 years, obligations have gradually increased, with over $8 billion alone being obligated in 2024 and $5 billion for final critical projects funded as recently as January 2025. These disaster recovery funds are not immediately made available to the territory. Funds have been acquired through painstaking years of collaboration by ODR and its consultants, working tirelessly with federal partners through very lengthy processes. To date, $3.8 billion of these funds have been expended, which is half of the original expected obligation amount of $8 billion. Recovery funding to respond to Hurricanes Irma and Maria is split amongst four major funding sources: FEMA Public Assistance and Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, the Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Emergency Relief Program, and the Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Program, Disaster Recovery Program, CDBG-DR. FEMA's Public Assistance Program is the principal source of funding for our recovery efforts, with a total obligation of $21.3 billion granted to rebuild critical infrastructure to include schools, hospitals, and utilities. $3.2 billion of these funds have been expended to date. Initially, the territory was required to match these funds at 10%. However, in February 2024, the Biden-Harris administration granted a reduction in the local match requirement from 10% to as low as 2%, which made the monumental task of executing these projects more attainable. The terms of this agreement requires the territory to accept all fixed offers by September 30th, 2024, which was achieved, and to complete construction on all fixed cost offer projects by December 31st, 2035, or projects will revert to a 95% federal cost share. The ODR also oversees funding from FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. To date, $199.1 million has been received out of an expected $1.4 billion, and $55.5 million has been expended. HMGP requires that monies are utilized to implement mitigation measures aimed at reducing the risk of loss of life and property that may result from future disasters. FEMA has approved 135 hazard mitigation projects which do not have a match and are granted at 100% of the project cost. The Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Emergency Relief Program, administered locally by the Department of Public Works, has obligated $76.5 million out of the allocated $80.5 million earmarked for the territory to carry out much-needed repairs to roads and bridges. Majority of this work has been completed, with $64.2 million expended to date. The Housing and Urban Development Community Block Grant Program, Disaster Recovery Program, administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, has access to $1.9 billion received through its disaster recovery, mitigation, and electric grid tranches. There are also other disaster-related funds from various federal entities, including the Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Education, Department of Commerce. It amounts to an estimated $250 million that's made available to the territory. Now that we have secured the majority of obligated funding and a resolution for the match, the territory is positioned for the next phase of the recovery. However, we have to take a different approach to completing the territory's recovery portfolio. With a total reconstruction package estimated at more than $23 billion, reconstruction cannot be conducted in a business-as-usual fashion. At the present pace of expenditure at approximately $500 million per year, it will take another 20 years to complete the recovery. In order to meet the 2035 requirement and maintain the lower cost share, we must drastically increase the rate of expenditure to $2 billion a year. A more efficient approach must be considered. To accomplish this, we knew we needed to attract contractors that have proven strategies for housing, supply chain, and labor shortages, and the ability to bond multi-million-dollar projects. To this end, we traveled to New York, Washington, D.C., and Chicago to meet with large engineering, procurement, and construction contractors to discuss doing business in the territory. What we found was interest, but not in the way the recovery is currently structured. To attract these Tier 1 contractors, we needed to streamline processes, establish clear lines for decision-making, make timely payments, and utilize a shared risk for procurement. The project delivery methods such as progressive design build and construction manager at risk are utilized for complex projects with design and/or construction challenges, where the contractor provides early input on design or constructability issues. During the pre-construction phase, the contractor provides input to ensure that the infrastructure and buildings design is aligned with the project budget and schedule. The construction phase, with the final guaranteed maximum price, or GMP, starts when the owner and contractor agree on the terms for project scope, schedule, and price. To execute Rebuild USVI, the Office of Disaster Recovery has established and stood up the Super Project Management Office, or Super PMO, with the support of CH2M Hill Jacobs Solutions. The Super PMO also consists of dedicated personnel to streamline various functions and create a single point of contact for contractors while removing bottlenecks. Procurement of several bundle packages are well underway. To date, the Super PMO has executed a contract with Suffolk CBNA joint venture for the St. Thomas Education Bundle, which includes Dabowski Elementary, additions, Lockhart K-8, Emmanuel EBO Elementary School, Janie Tuitt Elementary, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and the St. Thomas Administrative Center. They've awarded a contract to Consigli Benton joint venture for the rebuild of Charles Howard Medical Complex, now named Donna M. Christensen Medical Complex. Additionally, proposal evaluations are currently in progress for the St. Croix North Central horizontal bundle that includes power, water, wastewater, and roadwork. Evaluations are underway for the St. John vertical bundle, which includes the rebuild of the Morris de Castro Clinic, Myra Keaton Smith Community Health Center, and the Julius E. Sproul pre-K through 12 school. The solicitation for the St. Thomas Healthcare Bundle, which includes the old mental health building, Queen Louise Home for the Aged, John S. Moorhead, and the Nude Hanson Departments of Health and Human Services buildings, is scheduled for release in the first week of March 2025. The solicitation for the St. Croix Educational Bundle, which includes Pearl B. Larson, Alexander Henderson, Alfredo Andrews, and Claudio Marco schools, scheduled to be advertised and released to the public by the end of March 2025. The solicitation for the reconstruction of the Wang F. Louis Hospital on the island of St. Croix was issued twice to the public in 2024. The first effort only received one bid, while the second solicitation received no bids. Revisions to the RFP package are in progress to incorporate recommendations from our market study in an attempt to garner interest. The resolicitation of the Wang F. Louis Hospital is scheduled for release by the end of March 2025, and the solicitation for the Roy L. Schneider Hospital is scheduled for April 2025, and Herbert Grigg for the Aged will follow in June. The horizontal bundle for St. Thomas is scheduled to be advertised and released to the public in May 2025, and the St. Croix horizontal Southwest bundle will follow in July 2025. In addition to launching the Super PMO in 2024, ODR now has programmatic oversight over the CDBG-DR programs through a subrecipient agreement with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The CDBG-DR program allocated funds for a number of housing initiatives. The Envision Tomorrow program was allocated funds to rebuild severely storm-damaged homes and rental properties and has taken significant strides forward in 2024. The program follows a structured process to assist eligible applicants in rebuilding and repairing their homes. It begins with an intake and eligibility review where applicants' qualifications are assessed based on income, documentation, and program requirements. Once eligibility is confirmed, a damage inspection and an environmental assessment are conducted to determine the necessary repairs and ensure compliance with housing regulations. The program also requires income recertification to confirm that applicants continue to meet low to moderate income thresholds throughout the process. After these initial assessments, homes are grouped into bid solicitations where contractors submit bids and contracts are awarded to those meeting procurement standards. Before construction begins, site readiness activities are completed, which may involve relocating applicants and securing permits. Despite this structured approach, the program faces significant challenges that cause delays and complications. One of the primary issues is the responsiveness of applicants, as many fail to provide required documents, stalling the approval process. Additionally, permitting delays prevents timely project initiation. Relocation difficulties also pose a challenge, as applicants in need of temporary housing often struggle to find accommodations due to limited housing availability. The environmental review process further complicates timelines, as delayed testing results impact project scheduling. Furthermore, rising construction costs make it difficult to remain within budget while ensuring necessary repairs and rebuilds are completed. Another critical issue is the need for additional social services, which the program does not currently provide. Many applicants require financial assistance, transportation services, and household essentials that fall outside of the program's scope. Some cases also involve legal disputes or family conflicts, requiring mediation services to resolve ownership or occupancy issues before construction can proceed. Since prioritizing 100 homes for construction, 43 have been completed and 101 are in active construction. There are 68 homes under construction on St. Croix, 31 on St. Thomas, and 2 on St. John. Local contractors have played a key role in advancing the program, with 100 projects awarded and plans for an additional solicitations for 55 homes by March of 2025. The application period for this program is closed. However, if any applicants are interested in confirming their current status or require additional information, please call us at 1-866-520-1310 or email envisioninfo@usvipfa.com. Beyond Envision Tomorrow, CDBG-DR has allocated $260 million in public housing initiatives, including new construction and rehabilitation efforts. Major projects include the completed Walter I. M. Hodge Revitalization Project, which now boasts 248 units of affordable housing in Frederiksted. To date, 212 are occupied. Love and Land Phase 2 includes the rehabilitation of 96 low-income housing tax credit rental units and the installation of an alternative energy plant. The financial closing was completed in December of 2024, and contractors are preparing to begin work in early 2025. The Duno redevelopment project is scheduled to restart with a new general contractor, J. Benton Construction. Financial closing is anticipated in the third quarter of 2025, with construction resuming shortly thereafter. The D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace, a 106-unit rehabilitation project, leveraging low-income housing tax credits, CDBG-DR, and FEMA funding. The financial closing occurred in January 2025, with groundbreaking scheduled for March of this year. Additionally, $15 million has allocated to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for emergency housing projects and $18.6 million dedicated to first-time homebuyer construction initiatives in Mount Pleasant on St. Croix and Fortuna on St. Thomas. In June 2024, ODR successfully launched the Own a Lot, Build a Home program, another key accomplishment. The program expands homeownership opportunities by providing gap financing for first-time home buyers. Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development have executed memorandum of understanding to participate in the program. We're pleased that we now have 4 applications to be considered for assistance. Over the course of the recovery, significant progress has been made in rebuilding and strengthening our infrastructure. To date, over 1,000 of 1,900 projects have been successfully completed. Currently, 57 are shovel-ready, with 85 projects under construction. Several of our priority projects have been making significant progress. We are pleased to report that Phase 1 of the Charlotte Amalie High School demolition project on St. Thomas is underway. The demolition contractor, Grade All Heavy Equipment, mobilized on site in the first week of February. In addition, the design-build contract for the rebuild of the school was awarded to Consigli Benton Joint Venture, who is currently working on the designs for the second phase of demolition and reconstruction. The Arthur Richards Pre-K through 8 school continues to make steady progress and is nearing the 50% completion mark. The project is on target for substantial construction completion in the summer of 2026. Construction of the new Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute commenced in March 2024 and is now 48% complete. The $51.8 million project awarded to J. Benton Construction is currently on target for substantial completion in November 2025. The Queen Louise facility on St. Thomas has 2 projects. The first, a $1 million temporary repair project aimed to stabilize the facility until a permanent replacement is built. The contract has been awarded to custom builders and is expected to begin in early 2025. Meanwhile, the Department of Human Services acquired a piece of property in Sugar Estate for a new state-of-the-art adult care facility with conceptual designs in progress. The Head Start reconstruction projects for Bolongo Bay, Lindbergh Bay, Minetta Mitchell on St. Thomas, and Anna's Hope and Concordia on St. Croix are progressing. The St. John Cruz Bay facility was completed in the last quarter of 2024 with a ribbon-cutting ceremony held in November of 2024. All other Head Starts are expected to be completed by August 2025, with the exception of Bolongo Bay, projected for November 2025. Looking ahead, the Virgin Islands can expect groundbreakings for several WAPA undergrounding projects this year, to include Feeder 5A on St. Thomas and Queen Mary Highway and Hannah's Rest on St. Croix. Queen Mary Highway and Hannah's Rest are scheduled to break ground in April of 2025 with a completion date of April 2026. Feeder 9A on St. Thomas is pending a coastal zone management determination. WAPA continues its plan to leverage composite poles for the remaining above-ground installations that cannot be undergrounded. Thus far, WAPA has installed 8,926 poles, with 4,303 on St. Croix, 2,912 on St. Thomas, and 1,711 installed on St. John. Completion of the installation of approximately 10,000 poles territory-wise is expected for later this year. A ribbon cutting for the CDBG-DR $86 million generator project was held in January of this year, providing more reliable and efficient electric service for the St. Thomas St. John district through installation of 4 new Wärtsilä generators. The territory is also set to see critical improvements to its solid waste infrastructure through allocated CDBG-DR funding of $21 million. The Waste Management Authority's plans to construct and operate convenience centers throughout the territory are underway. A contractor was selected for the St. Croix centers, and the sites include Estate Concordia, Cotton Valley, and Montbijou on St. Croix, Estate Bournefield, Smith Bay, Margaritaville, and Red Hook on St. Thomas, and Susannaburg on St. John. The St. John site also includes a cleanup and upgrade of the existing transfer station. FEMA approved the prudent replacement of the Richmond Power Generation Plant in the amount of $661 million. The Super PMO is working with WAPA to complete the necessary studies that will inform the selection of the best thermal generation options to be implemented for the project. An RFP will then be prepared to solicit proposals for the agreed-upon solution, which will be managed by the Super PMO. As part of the continued efforts to rebuild and enhance critical infrastructure across the territory, the Virgin Islands Port Authority is making significant progress on the Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center at the Cyril E. King Airport, St. Thomas. Phase 2 of the project is expected to be completed in April 2025. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation has made significant progress in completing 35 of its 56 disaster-related recovery projects. In 2024, the department completed 10 projects throughout the territory to include Kerwin Terrace Ballpark, Cruz Bay Tennis and Orville Brown Basketball Courts, Doris Hodge Tennis Center, Alvin McBean Complex, and Joseph Urbane in the St. Thomas District, as well as the Rudy Krieger Complex, Kramers Park Pavilion, Marley Beach Rehabilitation, and the Frederickstead and Waterfront Lighting on St. Croix. Since the beginning of this year, the SPR has completed construction on the Emil Griffith Ballpark, excluding the lights, and the Nada Basketball Court on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, the repairs to the DC Canigata Small Field and courts were also completed. The department is currently tracking the completion of the Reinhold Jackson Complex project by the end of March 2025 and the Vincent Mason Pool by April 2025. The SPR anticipates the start of construction on at least 5 projects this year to include Ezra Fredericks Ballpark, Lionel Smart Richards Ballpark, and the Oppenheimer Beach repairs in the St. Thomas St. John District, as well as the Estate Prophet and DC Canigata community centers on St. Croix. This year is projected to be a transformative year for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, with the anticipated completion of many notable projects. In the St. Thomas St. John District, Charles Turnbull Regional Library and the DPNR office building projects are expected to be completed by August 2025. The Enid Ball Library is anticipated to be completed by November 2025. And in the St. John District, construction on the Atherley M. Peterson Library project is expected to restart by March of this year and completed by the end of the year. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor is diligently working to complete the remainder of its disaster recovery projects. The construction contract for the Scion Farm Great House project on St. Croix is expected to commence at the end of February. The Virgin Islands Street Addressing Initiative is underway as the mapping of St. John complete and highway and the residential signage installation are set to begin in March 2025. Data collection and validation continue for St. Thomas, St. Croix, and Water Island, which involves community outreach. Design work to demolish and rebuild 4 fire stations is in progress with the architectural firm Juridian Design Group. The designs and final scope of Rensselaer Gibbs Fire Station, Cotton Valley on St. Croix, 70% completed. Construction is anticipated to start by February of 2026. The designs and final scopes for the reconstruction of the remaining 3 fire stations, State Fortuna, Tutu, and Cruz Bay fire stations, are expected to be completed in summer 2025. Design work for the repairs of the Emil Henderson and Herbert Canigata Richmond Fire Station is still in progress with the A&E firm Springline Architects. They are expected to be completed by the end of the year. The Charles Seals Fire Station, contracted with persons for $5.9 million, is currently 21% completed with an expected completion date of June 2026. Executing and completing recovery projects continue to play a key role in providing necessary revenue to the territory's economy. For fiscal year 2024, recovery project expenditures generated over $17.7 million in gross receipt taxes as a result of $355.4 million of expenditures. Over $441 million in expenditures is expected in fiscal year 2025. A year-to-date, $144.4 million has been expended, generating $7.2 million in GRT. To augment the pace of recovery, ODR utilizes the line of credit of $100 million to support recovery projects, to provide timely payments and funding to vendors for various projects. ODR has utilized $93.1 million of the lock to advance projects through various phases. And as of today, $73.5 million has been repaid from federal reimbursements, which leaves $80.5 million of the $100 million cap available. The lock has allowed us to get the Envision program in motion and support payments to A&E contractors to advance recovery projects. Honorable Senators, as we move forward with our mission to restore and rebuild our territory, we are faced with a shift in market conditions that has created a series of new challenges that demand our attention and resources. The well-documented challenges of increased construction costs, insufficient pool of project laborers and professional staff, lack of workforce housing, and supply chain constraints are more prevalent than ever. These challenges have now been met with increased project activity on the mainland, resulting in significantly more work than contractor capacity. This makes it increasingly more difficult to engage new contractors to the territory. In this supply-constrained markets, contractors no longer engage in programs without clear partnership models, which has quickly become standard across major projects. It is not atypical in this environment for programs to receive an average of 2 or less major contractor bids, limiting the selection pool for solicitations and driving higher bid prices. And if this is not enough, the risk of the obligation of recovery dollars due to the federal administration's shift in policy undermines the confidence of stakeholders that funding will remain available to carry out recovery efforts. Additionally, changes in regulatory frameworks, including higher tariff increases costs and diminishes purchasing power. But despite these challenges, ODR will continue to develop strategies to overcome these seemingly insurmountable roadblocks. We will continue to develop partnerships with housing providers, accelerate the initiative to implement a technical college to train new workers in support of the recovery, and lobby for H-1B visa waivers to increase the workforce. Our focus will remain on the goal to ensure that our critical projects are all under contract within the next year. Senators, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide testimony on the status of the recovery. We appreciate your time and attention and look forward to working with this body as we advance the trajectory of recovery. With your support and cooperation, the ODR is confident that we can meet our goals to compliantly and effectively expend obligated funding. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Team ODR for their continuous commitment and drive toward the vision of building a resilient Virgin Islands. My team and I remain available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams-Octalien. We'll now hear from Executive Director Eugene Jones of the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority. You may proceed.
Greetings, Senator Maurice C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Eugene E. Jones, Jr., and I serve as Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Dana Clendenin, the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Valdez Shelford will not be here. She's our Chief Financial Officer. She's in court today. Elena Lavenier, our Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. As requested, I'm here to provide a status update on critical projects, a review of the federal disaster assistance grants, and the performance of the CDBG recovery programs. CDBG mitigation grant. To date, the mitigation grant has expended approximately $179.6 million. This 12-year grant totaling $774 million is set to expire in 2035. Of this amount, $33.9 million have been expended in the housing category for the acquisition of 3 properties: Loverland 1, Bellevue Village, and Calabash Bloom Apartments. These properties are intended to be converted into home ownership opportunities for qualified residents. Additionally, rehabilitation work is planned to ensure the properties comply with both the terms of the agreement and mitigation grant requirements. In the infrastructure category, the VTOL propane supply acquisition was completed at a cost of $145 million. VIHFA continues to monitor the Water and Power Authority, WAPA, to ensure regulatory compliance. Another key initiative is the Veterans Drive Mitigation Improvement Project, Phase 2. The VIHFA has approved an application request from the Department of Public Works totaling $197.4 million, with $124.4 million funded through the CDBG MIT grant. The project is expected to commence in the first quarter of 2025, following HUD's adoption of the environmental review. CDBG Electrical Grid Grant. The $67.65 million electric grid grant funds resilient projects throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is currently collaborating with the Virgin Islands Energy Office on the Commercial Electrical Innovation Project, scheduled to launch in March of 2025. Initially, $53 million was allocated to WAPA for the Estate Richmond Power Plant. However, due to FEMA's $647 million prudent replacement award, those funds must be redirected to alternative projects to avoid a duplication of benefits. As a result, an amendment to the action plan is required and is expected to be completed in the second quarter of 2025. CDBG Disaster Recovery. As you may be aware, in its fourth substantial amendment, VIHFA proposed the VI Public Finance Authority, Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, be responsible for the pragmatic oversight of the CDBG-DR grant. In November 2023, VIHFA entered a subrecipient agreement with ODR, and since then, we have been working collaboratively to advance all projects efficiently and in accordance with the requisite grant requirements. As of our January reporting, HFA has spent $315 million of the $1.1 billion allocated to the grant. This includes reimbursements to the Office of Disaster Recovery, totaling $542,000 for 19 Envision homeowner applicants for mobilization costs. We await the release of funds of $1.1 million from HUD to further reimburse ODR. Also noteworthy in housing is the $16.9 dispersed for the Loveland 2 acquisition. Emergency assistance programs, CARES, CDBG-CV, and Emergency Grant Solutions, CARES. The authority continues to administer the $2.8 million in CARES Act funds. A public call for proposals generated 19 applications, requesting a combined $4.24 million, from which 10 projects were selected. Notable recipients include Project Promise and Community First on St. Croix, Family Resource Center and Community Action Now on St. Thomas, as well as St. John Rescue on St. John. As of February 15, 2025, the funds drawn down from the CDBG-CV amounted to $449,538.26, and these resources are expected to fully be utilized by September 2026. Homeowner Assistance Fund Program. The Virgin Islands has allocated $8.5 million in Housing Assistance Funding Program to assist homeowners facing financial hardship due to COVID-19. Eligible homeowners can now receive up to $65,000 in assistance for mortgage payments, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, insurance, and utilities. As of January 31st, 2025, VIHFA has approved 160 applications, dispersing $3.3 million in assistance. Funding remains available through September 30th, 2026. Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The Territory has received $23.3 million through the ERA-1 and ERA-2 grants, which provide essential support to eligible residents who face financial challenges during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. This assistance spans up to 18 months and covers rental, utility, and other expenses related to housing. As of January 31st, 2025, VIHFA has committed $17.2 million and expended over $15.6 million, processing more than 2,000 applications and distributing over $10.9 million in rental and utility aid. In 2023, VIHFA launched a Housing Stability and Eviction Prevention Services program in partnership with Legal Services of Virgin Islands, dispersing $1.4 million to support housing stability. A recent $1.9 million collaboration with the Department of Human Services will further expand the reach of DHS's low-income water and energy assistance program to residents who meet the ERAP eligibility criteria. Residents experiencing financial hardship are encouraged to apply at erap.vihfa.gov with assistance available until September 30th, 2025. In conclusion, Senators, this concludes my testimony. However, before closing, I want to take the moment to acknowledge the significant progress we have made as a team. Our accomplishments will not be possible without the dedication of the VIHFA staff, whose efforts continue to enhance our processes and drive meaningful results for the communities we serve. We appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you, Executive Director Jones. I want to first acknowledge that committee member, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, is with us. Thank you very much for joining us today. And at this time, I was informed that I do have correspondence to be read into the record. Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Honorable Maurice James, Chairwoman, Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820, February 20th, 2025. Dear Chairwoman James, due to an emergency family commitment, I will be absent from the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting scheduled for today, Thursday, February 20th, 2025. Please record my absence as excused. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Milton Potter as excused, and he's in our thoughts and prayers at this time. I will begin the round, but I first want to say that these testimonies this morning is like an exercise in addition and subtraction, as you were talking, because I'm here trying to figure out how much money we have. You know, it's almost like a finance committee meeting, but more money than the finance committee has, because we're in the billions, Senator. Chair of the Finance Committee. This is where the money is. However, before I say that, I do want to say that there was one sentence, Director Williams-Octalien, that jumped out at me in a big way. You said the risk of de-obligation of recovery dollars due to the federal administration shift in policy. So we really don't have that money, really. We don't have the, is that what you're saying? There's a possibility that the money that's obligated can be de-obligated at this time?
So thank you, Senator. That statement, every day we get new guidance on what the approach is. About 2 weeks ago, we had issued concerns with having access to the funds, and that executive order that was made by the president affected our ability to draw funds on projects that were already obligated. There's processes and policies for the funding. If the funding is going to be taken away, there are appeal processes and things like that that are still available as a part of the funding agreement with jurisdictions. But it is not only just being de-obligated, but just if there's temporary access denial to funds that affect project schedules, that we may not be able to get the funds when we need it, and at the current pace that we've expected in the past, and that has been traditionally the process, those things affect our contractors' confidence in the program. And some of this is beyond our control, but the other areas of it, we're just standing by to understand what is the approach for the new administration as it relates to funding and programs.
So, it just makes me feel, I don't know about, and maybe I just want to make sure that the public understands, though, that there is that risk, like you're saying, because of the administration shift. But is there any point in this process where funds cannot be returned? You know what I'm asking? For example, you have the contract that's signed by at the point where the contract is signed by you and the contractor. At that point, is that when you receive the funds? When we receive the funds, I should say.
So we receive the funds for the FEMA programs. We receive there are a period of performance for the project. I think the greatest risk is for us to not be able to demonstrate progress with the expenditure of funds. There's a period of performance that comes with every grant, and we have to demonstrate that we are making progress. I do not feel as though we are halfway through building a hospital and the federal government will take the money back from us. I don't think that's a risk at all. We have to be able to demonstrate that we have progress with all of these projects and the funds that we have received within the period of performance. So if the period of performance for the grant is expiring, we have to request for an extension from the federal government to be able to get that extension. Typically, as long as our jurisdictions can provide demonstrative progress, then extensions are given. But anything outside of that is where the risk really lies.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the likelihood of extensions. You answered it in your response, because as a territory, and it's not just this particular office, but other departments, when they're in front of us and we're talking about grants, there is always the response, well, we've requested an extension and it's going to be granted. And it seems as if extensions are always granted at the last minute when you know that you cannot meet the expiration date. And so I am concerned about that. I also wanted to ask you, before we go to my colleagues, was the matching requirement a factor in projects not getting off the ground? Because from 2019 to 2024, you only expended $3.2 billion of the $21.3 billion. And then, of course, in February, you got the matching requirement decreased. Was that a factor? Because I'm trying to figure out what those years, the factors for those years, because as you know, at the beginning, I talked about challenges that jurisdictions face. Was that one of the factors?
Well, the expenditures, I think we also need to align. I think the expenditure amount with the amount of funds that we received. You know, if we get a $3 billion, you're not going to spend $3 billion in a year, because it takes time for you to be able to put the project out for bid, contract, all of those other processes. We were unable to move forward. One, we didn't have the funding for these larger projects. Two,
you mean the local funding? Is that what you're talking about?
Overall,
the
federal funding. We didn't have federal funding for a lot of the projects, but also we have to have the 10%. We had to have the 10% in order to enter into contracts. We cannot enter into contracts unless it is fully funded. So that it was a barrier for us, that we did not have sufficient funding to meet the match requirement for all of these projects. So now that we have the resources, we are moving forward.
Okay, I have a lot of questions, but I know that my colleagues have a lot of questions too. So we will now begin the first round of 7 minutes each, and I want to thank Senator Blyden. He behaved more like the soldier than Senator DeGraff, because he was here at 9:30. So we're going to start with Senator Blyden, then followed by I could only imagine Senator DeGraff's face, because he's the last one. Senator Blyden, Senator Fredericks, Senator Bolkes, Senator Joseph, Senator Lewis, Senator Francis, Senator Viale, and Senator DeGraff at the last person so far. So Senator Blyden, please go ahead with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. He's smiling. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Let me start by saying basically that I do have some serious concerns. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony also. I know last week that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, basically the new appointed secretary, Mr. Turner, was directed to lay off half of HUD employees, some 4,300 individuals. And the mandate that was given to him was to focus on public housing, low-income individuals, and HUD financing, which affects many of our projects in the territory like WAPA, our hospitals, our healthcare system, etc. So, Director Williams-Octalien, should we be concerned in that respect? Because I am very concerned about that. And will it have an impact on our funding moving forward, in your opinion?
So the process thank you for the question, Senator. The concern with federal layoffs is very alarming because it takes time for approvals to be done. And manpower, I would take it from some other federal agencies. They have shared with us that manpower shortages are part of the reason why responses take long to get back for approvals for requests that we've made. So, manpower issues affect the recovery overall, and it is concerning. We've always been focused on spending the money faster because we are in that atmosphere, one on the FEMA side that they've given us timelines, and then our programs and our projects are so tied together. We don't have many projects that are solely funded with one funding source. So every issue with every federal funder becomes an issue for moving our projects forward. So the answer is yes, we are on heightened alert for expending funds and to make sure that we keep our projects moving.
Okay, very well. And let me ask you on page 4 of your testimony, you spoke, stated that to date, 199.1 million has been received out of an expected 1.4 billion, and 55.5 million has been expended, right? But then you also went on to state FEMA had approved 135 hazard mitigation projects, which do not have a match and are granted at 100% of the project cost. So if you can submit to the chair of that 135, how much is per district and what those projects involved? Okay, you can put that to the chair in the essence of time.
No problem.
Also, on page 4 also, you spoke to the Department of Health and Human Services. You said that the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Education, and the Department of Commerce amounting to an estimated $250 million, right, was made available to the territory. Also, to the chair, can you submit a listing of exactly what type of projects are inclusive of these funding of $250 million? Let's go to page 5 of your testimony. You spoke to the pace of expenditures, approximately 500 million per year, and you talked about that would take 20 years to complete and we don't have the time. But you said in order to meet the 2035
3
requirement
minutes.
and maintain a lower cost share, which you stated was 2%, we must expend at a rate of $2 billion a year to have a more efficient approach, right? But let me ask you, in respect to the Tier 1 contractors, that we need to streamline processes, which establish clear lines for decision-making and make timely payments and utilize shared risk for procurement. Throughout your testimony, you speak about some companies, but I'm hearing the same companies over and over again, right? And I know you spoke about the 101 one home in particular with the EVA program. And I know after you did your testimony under the Finance Committee hearing, when you spoke to those homes and repairs and the pace of repairs, I got some calls from some of those contractors in respect to when it comes to the amount of homes you stated that on the contract. So can you explain to me, please, in terms of how much of those have been awarded but not started? We can start there. How much have been awarded but have not started the work as yet? Let's start there.
So when you say someone has been awarded and not started, you mean of the 100, when we state that homes are in construction, that means that the homes are in construction, they have mobilized. We try not to mobilize units that have issues with tenant vacating units. We don't count them. When we say homes are in construction, that means that construction has started, or if there's an issue that they have started and maybe something has come up where there's a change order that needs to be processed, but they are counted as a home that has been turned over to the contractor.
And also, I was told by some of the contractors in terms of, number one, manpower. Some of the contractors do not have any manpower, and also many of them have not been paid. Is that accurate, or there's something going on, please?
That is not accurate. If they have not been paid, we have been using the line of credit we don't wait for the reimbursement from the Housing Finance Authority. We have been using the line of credit to pay the contractors. Contractors are aware that if they turn their invoices in by the 15th of the month, then they will be paid within 30 days. That's the timeline that we've assessed. If there's individual issues, there's sometimes related to change orders or documentation that they have not provided that may have created an isolated issue. But if we have payments, we also let all the contractors know if there's a problem that they can reach out to the hierarchy within ODR and we'll address their issues.
And manpower? Do you have any issue with manpower?
Manpower on the contractor side, yes, we have a lot of issues with contractors that don't have sufficient manpower to construct all the homes that they have been assigned to them. But I think that's prevalent across the territory. We're finding a manpower for the work that we have here.
And in closing, if I may, Madam Chair, just for
Go ahead.
The Duno redevelopment project, which is scheduled to restart with a new general contractor, which is J. Benton Construction, as I've been saying. I've been hearing its name for many of the projects. What will be the cost moving forward when the contract starts again? And you said resuming shortly thereafter. When in the third quarter are we talking about?
But the issue
and how much?
With the issue that we are waiting on from updates from the developer is for them to be able to get a closing date to finalize their financing. So the issue right now is with the developer, and we anticipate they've given us these projected timelines that we're holding them to.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you. I have many questions. I'll wait for the second round. Thank you so much. And thank you for your responses, Director.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden actually touched on with his first question where he talked about the hazard mitigation grant program. For clarification, and I will be doing this a lot today because I'm trying to understand these programs better. You say 199.1 million has been received out of an expected 1.4 billion, and 55.5 million has been expended. So when you say has been received, do I subtract the 55.5 from the 199.1? And then when you say received, you mean we have that money? We have those funds? Is that what that means?
We have authorization for the funds. None of these FEMA funds are deposited in any of our accounts.
So
we have authorization for those funds. So if I can give you some more context.
Yeah.
The hazard mitigation projects. Some of them are included in other projects.
Okay.
For instance, a lot of our schools have safe rooms.
Right.
And those safe rooms are built into the design for the projects, but it's not time to draw funds on those safe rooms because we're still in the design process. So we wouldn't be expending any funds, but we already know that this is what those funding is for. We know that in 3 schools that we're coming online later on, we have X amount of dollars set aside in the hazard mitigation funding for those schools. And we share that information in our plan with FEMA so that they can understand what's coming next, and they provide what they call technical assistance to us as we begin and continue the design of the school, understanding that once we get to that construction part in the project, we'll be drawing down those funds.
So that's being done, then you think, concurrently. So you have this part here and that part there, and you have enough here for when you need it.
Correct. Because you can only draw on actual activity.
An actual activity.
Correct.
Okay. So when you say you have an approved 135 hazard mitigation projects, those then you're saying could be part of the building of a school.
Right.
Okay.
They can be applications that we have presented to FEMA. They're reviewing, they're going back and forth. And some of these are projects that they fund to us in phases. They give us a phase 1 for design. And then we send the design to FEMA and they review it. And then they say, okay, well, here's the money for the construction because we've approved the design. And Graciela, you can jump in anytime.
Yeah, Senator Blyden would like a list of the 135 hazard mitigation projects, which of course then will show us that some are independent. There are some that are independent of other projects, correct? Okay, all right, thank you. We are now going to go to, I have a question though. Before Senator Fredericks, when I see in the testimony, and I just need to know, when you talk about designs, I'm trying to see where I can go ahead, Senator Fredericks. I'm going to look for it, but there's a section on designs that I want to ask about. Senator Fredericks, your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues, central staff, watching and viewing members of our community. Thank you so much for this opportunity. You guys look very nice today. I want to talk about a couple of things. One will be, I attended a town hall meeting last Thursday. It was about the LBJ Gardens project. Very surprised that what happened to those residents at LBJ. Ms. Clendeno was there and held a very good meeting. So I need to follow up on what's going on. So apparently the residents were impacted by the initial demolition that got started. They were impacted, their roofs got messed up, their cisterns got messed up. Where are we with helping those residents right now?
Dana Clendenin, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Good morning. So where we are actually since then is we have gone back with our legal team again just to verify who's responsible in terms of covering their costs. Because again, at that meeting, we indicated a contractor got ahead of us. So we have not yet gone out to the residents, but that's within the timeline we have to go have somebody look at the water, etc. We've also sent out, or will be sending out, a letter to our sister agencies, as indicated to the residents, so that we could have one big town hall with all of the agencies that they have asked for to address their concerns.
So How many weeks has it been since this demolition started? How long has it been?
I think we're in the second week.
2 weeks.
But again, all work has ceased.
Right, but the water in the cisterns might have been contaminated. And that's the concern some of the residents have. No one has been out there to test the water. They're still using the water. What are we doing? I know you said something about the contractor and legal team, but what about the residents?
I think, Senator, from what I understood in that meeting, their water concerns aren't just HFA from the demolition, but it even goes beyond that. That is what I understood. Again, we will get to them. We just need to put some things in order before we get out.
Okay. There's some other issues that they claim the executive branch might have made some commitments to them, financial commitments. My question has always been, why haven't these residents been given an opportunity to move first before any consideration of demolition even started? I know this guy got ahead, the contractor got ahead, but still, why were they still not moved? Did anyone ever consider that?
To have the residents move? No, we did not consider that.
I thought that's something that you would consider before you start any demolition. If you're in a blast zone, you know, just either you find a way to protect the residents or you remove them temporarily so you could do the demolition work. So I'm surprised that's not part of your reviews. I thought it would be.
Again, Senator, the contractor got ahead of us. We would have had time to notify the residents, answer the questions, ensure that the contractor did all the necessary precautions, whether it's signage, etc. But in terms of moving them out, no, we did not consider that.
Okay. I wanted to talk about the ODR is a sub-recipient, correct?
Of CDBG-DR.
Okay.
Yes.
So what are some of the other responsibilities besides housing that they have funding for?
When you say they?
What are some of the other programs besides housing that currently exist within ODR?
CDBG-DR fund programs? Haynes?
Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer. In addition to the housing program, Senator, we also have an economic revitalization program. We, excuse me, also do the local match program.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned economic revitalization because I'm the chair of that committee. Where are we with that program?
Currently, the program is reviewing applications under the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, where they have a program that deals with technical assistance for small businesses. Also, and they are doing small work for businesses that need, or organizations, I should say, that need windows or small construction type work being done to it. So they're actually reviewing applications.
1 minute.
For that program.
Okay, help me out. I need more. So you have an economic development plan, right? That's for small businesses and organization. And window mitigation is one of the things that they're doing. Windows and what else? Technical assistance.
It's called building facade. So it's a couple different programs under that one program that they're addressing. Sorry.
Excuse me? Okay, sorry.
So I'm sorry. So yeah, so they're building, so the building facade. So basically the organizations that applied to that, they did it through a NOFA while the program was under the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. upon the transfer to ODR, the program is now going through the applications to make sure that they're allowable for funding.
Okay.
So,
We've got some more.
yeah, it's a lot
Madam
to
Chair,
explain.
if I may, we're going to have to, you lost me with some of the things you were saying. So, Madam Chair, if I may continue.
Right, but-
Just a few more minutes.
But I want to remind both you and the testifier that you're not talking to one another. You are talking to all of us in the room and the public out there. Most importantly, the public. So you need to look into the camera. So both of you we're just having a nice conversation, but the people are the ones who really need to hear you. Okay, so and you know, hey, I was new too, so I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Hollywood now, right? Watch the cameras. Okay, so my question is, how much money is dedicated to the economic development portion of this grant?
1 second.
Okay, so if you would, can you provide that to the committee chairperson, please, so we could find out? Because I'm interested in knowing how much money this program has and how it's being utilized, so it could work in conjunction with some of the initiatives that I have.
I actually have the answer, Senator.
Please.
$31,383,100. $383,150. So let me repeat. Sorry.
31 million?
31.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of discussion.
I do want to clarify something for you, Senator. These applications were taken during the response, as Ms. Haynes said, for a notice of funding availability. The applications that we have right now, there are about 13 that have been deemed eligible. And right now the projections show they would be utilizing the costs associated, and the projected costs will be using the full amount that's been allocated. So really, right now, all we're doing is vetting these applications and taking them through the process, reviewing the environmental requirements so that we can fund the projects that we have. I do not believe, based on current trends, that there's additional funding that's going to be left over to meet other needs that have not already been applied for.
So you're saying 13 applications for $31 million?
But there's another program and applications from the Department of Labor that is taking the rest of the funds. So we have applications that's covering all of the funding right now. If there's funding left over, then we will be able to look at other ways. But as it looks right now with the projection for all of the applications that we have, that includes the building facades and a lot of construction work, it's probably going to take all the money.
Madam Chair, thank you for the time. On the next round, we'll continue.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fredericks. I want to remind my colleagues today that one of the things about the different committees is that we do overlap, right, in certain areas. And I do want to say to Ms. Clendenin that the chair of the Housing Committee will be holding a hearing in March. And that hearing is to address issues like the LBJ Gardens, Williams Delight, those communities that fall under your jurisdiction that are not, the LBJ Gardens does not fall under you?
The space we're demoing is ours, but the private residence, that side doesn't belong to
Right,
VA.
but it affects them. So he's going to, one of the things that's very important is that we realize as senators that we have to give you time, of course, to do your due diligence. And so for that March meeting, the chair is letting you know that we're going to delve into all those issues in those public housing communities or where you are touching, let's put it that way, because you said it's not yours, but you're affecting them. And I want to let my colleagues know, those of us especially who attended that meeting, that you stated you're going to plan a town hall meeting. And I need the residents out there to also know that. and we're looking forward to getting all those issues. But Senator Marvin Blyden, who is the chair, I'm also on that committee. We'll be touching on all these different areas that actually fall into what I started about, social justice issues. Okay?
May I just say something,
Sure.
Madam Chair? This
Sure.
is Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA. The meeting is scheduled for March 19th. As Clendenin has stated, we're trying to invite all the other agencies to come to that meeting and have a town hall meeting, just not on the demolition, but on the issues that they have on those properties, the cisterns, the water leakage, the testing, and everything else. And so we hope that all these other agencies can attend so they can respond to the residents in that neighborhood.
Okay, great. So you're having a meeting March 19th? You already have a date?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to make sure that we're at that meeting or that we send representatives because, like I said before, it is clear to me, and all my colleagues know this, because we all received the Kids Count book that talked about poverty in the Virgin Islands. And that's related to housing. And that's related to social justice. And so those are some of the issues that we have to resolve as public officials. So I'm including everyone in that. The question that I had was, so the one program we're going to talk about today, though, is Envision, in terms of homes and houses, because you covered it. Senator, was that you, Senator Francis? Senator Francis, point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning. I am a little dumbfounded about this whole conversation regarding LBJ. Going back, we have correspondence as going back to March of 2024 where we're having discussion, and I know that we've been exchanging correspondence in respect to addressing the issue of LBJ and the demolition of LBJ and the relocation of the residents there. I'm not understanding how the contractor got ahead of you, Ms. Clendenin. You saying that they actually started the project without authorization or permission?
Dana Clendenin, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So the contractor has told to me, the contractor, we issued a notice to proceed. However, the contractor, before starting any demolition, was to, again, put up the fencing, put up the signage. All that was supposed to happen, as well as issue back to us the schedule. He was issued that on the Friday rather, and I think Saturday or so he began the work and immediately stopped. We had already had in position to begin the Monday information to the public to say, hey, this will begin with a date, time, etc. So that is what I mean when I said the contractor got ahead of our notification to the team, to the LBJ residents.
So there was no direct communication with the residents prior to, there was expected that they'll be guided by a press release?
No, of course not. We were also had door knockers where they could contact our office. Plans were to go out to them and say, hey, this is happening.
Okay. I'm just concerned that we continue to find ourselves with these unforced errors. You know, I believe that there's opportunity for us to be able to address our community, our constituency well before it hits the fan. And we have to then backpedal and be in the defensive. You know, I mean, as a government, we have to do better in being able to address these issues at the forefront rather than on the back end.
Absolutely, right? Senator. Again, it was our intent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Senator Francis. The one question that I would say that to me that's most relevant, I have family who own plots in there, is this: is there any way that any of this CDBG-DR money funds or any mitigation funds can be used to buy the residents out? That's my question in terms of all the funds that we're receiving, and can that happen to buy them out? And have you been putting aside the environmental issues that are important? I want to focus on the economic issues related to the residents?
So really hearing the residents cry on Thursday, we did go back and I issued a directive to the team to really comb through the documents to see what we could do, whether it's in terms of acquisition and just make it green space. So we're researching to see if there's opportunity there.
Anything from maybe the ODR office? Is there any way that we can find a relationship in buying them out? You know, I mean, I'm going to go like, for example, you created the own a lot, buy a house, right? Build a house, own a lot. We just need to be creative in we can't displace people and then not help them. And the property is valuable. It's priceless to them.
I believe a lot of the flexibility and the creativity is with the VI Housing Finance Authority and their resources to be able to find a solution.
Point of information, Senator Vieli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the people of St. Croix. Ms. Clendenin, you didn't receive correspondence from legislators from last year with these exact same issues, relocation costs, cost to purchase out from, my good colleague here, if he doesn't mind, I'm reading a letter that he wrote. The number of presently occupied homes, the cost per household for relocation, availability of VI HFA funding for relocation purposes. And this letter is dated March 18, 2024. So I'm a bit perplexed when I hear you answering when we're looking at this. You didn't get this letter?
Yes, I got the letter and I responded to the letter, Senator, so you should have both. And I think I
have the response. But,
okay.
But my direct question is, it was already asked a year ago. So why are we having a discussion now in reference to relocation or possible funding source when the question was asked before you even began the demolition as to these are potential problems and they need to be addressed? So you start the demolition and then you get complaints on the residents and then the demolition stopped. So we're now at a standstill and now you're revisiting exactly what was already requested from 1 year ago. How does that work?
Can you ask me your question again, Senator?
Your question is you were posed with a number of questions from March 18th of 2024 last year.
Okay.
That has to do with relocation of those residents, possible buyout, etc., because of the proposed demolition. Apparently, nothing was done in reference to relocation of those individuals, and you started the demolition, and then there was an outcry from the residents, the demolition was stopped, and now you're saying there's a town hall on March 19th. I'm saying this is after the fact. Why wasn't this done on the front end? Because of being afforded the opportunity to know of the potential issues.
Sure. So the town hall, that was a request from the LBJ residents. They asked us at that meeting we had on Thursday.
That's after the fact. You're missing me totally. That's after
I'm responding,
the demolition.
Senator.
Don't respond. Just go ahead to the next one. Because you're responding in the present now, asking you, it was told to you, it was told to the department that these were issues to be dealt with. And it's only being dealt with after the residents were affected. So the systems are already possibly contaminated. And now we're dealing with it saying, well, we'll have a meeting in March. It's after the fact. And as we move forward, we really need to address these problems before they become one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I respond to that?
Thank you, Senator Vieli. Sure, definitely.
So, Senator, we take full responsibility, okay? Yes, there was a letter done in March prior to me being here, but I still own it. And so we're going to sit down and do our due diligence and looking at the issue here. Yes, the contractor went out there before we were supposed to go out there and talk to the residents about this demolition. So that was wrong, and so we know we have to correct that. Whatever damage he's done, we need to fix that. That's why we need to sit down with the residents and look at our funding opportunities so that we can do, if we can, relocate or if we can buy the whole property and be done with it. But again, the issue that we have with any of these grant funding is the compliance with the requirements of the grant. Now, we can finagle it, we can wiggle it, and that's what we're here to do. But as my colleague has stated, we have a whole new ball game in the federal government. And we need to sit there and see how we can manage and how we can change some of the funding requirements, some of the requirements to do those things, and stretch the limits so that we can do those types of things. I don't want to sit here and say, yes, we can, or I don't want to say no, we can't. We have to figure it out and respond to you in a professional manner and tell you where all of our opportunities are and the things that we can do. But first, we want to talk to those residents.
Go ahead, Senator.
You were asked to do this before the new ball game came to town. Okay? So the new ball game is here now, so the rules have changed. But you were requested to do this before the new ball game was in town, and that's all I'm saying. To be able to be proactive and not reactive. Now we're being reactive with a new ball game. You don't know what a new ball game is going to entail for the Virgin Islands. So we got to be proactive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. I was actually going to go to Mr. Jones to page 3, and this was just, you more or less answered, because the numbers jumped out at me where you're getting 1.1 billion in CDBG disaster recovery, and then I was trying to figure out the numbers, if you can help me with that. You got 1.1 billion, and then you are using 169.4 million of that to purchase Loveland 2.
Excuse me, it's 16.9.
Which one?
It's 16.9 million, not 169.
Oh, it says, okay, it's 16.9.
Yeah, I'll apologize.
Well, no, that's good, because that's less money to purchase it. So 16.9. So we would subtract that. That is coming out of the 1.1 billion, correct?
Correct.
And then the Envision program.
We don't do the Envision program.
But you pay them though out of that money. That's what I'm trying to. I'm doing the money now, today. So what I'm trying to get at is you have 1.1 billion. Is that 1.1 billion planned out, already designated for certain projects, like to reimburse ODR, to buy Loveland 2? Has all that money been spoken for,
Yes.
right?
Yes, it has.
All of that?
Yes.
Oh, I was just trying to find some money for LBJ. That's what was happening here. Okay, so we need to find money. That definitely this government needs to find money. We really do. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here with us today. I wanted to start off by asking Director Octalien, in the testimony you mentioned you're trying to meet that 2035 completion deadline and increasing annual spending from 500 million to basically 2 billion. What are the challenges with scaling up this expenditure? Because you're basically going to a spending of fourfold, if I can call it that, going from 500 million to 2 billion per year. What's the strategy to try to expedite or hit those numbers so that we can spend the monies before 2035, the completion deadline?
Senator, that's an excellent question. The biggest challenge that we have is finding the workforce, a manpower of professionals that really understand the process, navigating through the various processes across the government. And we're building our capacity within ODR to process payments to the contractors. But we know this will ramp up. It's going to crescendo. So as these larger projects come online, the payments are going to increase, but the value for the payments are going to increase because we're going to be engaging in the larger projects. So while we may have 100 payments to process per month, that's just an example, the value of those payments are going to increase. But we are very concerned about just having the workforce to be able to manage this new challenge.
Noted. And, you know, I don't want to start with the labor workforce board because I feel that they have sort of failed us in some areas where we could have had that workforce that is certified and able to do, you know, or adhere to federal recommendations so that we would have local, you know, residents doing a lot of this work, hence keeping those monies here in the Virgin Islands. As you mentioned, you highlighted the severe workforce shortages. And given the ongoing shortages, has ODR or even the governor's office considered waivers waivers of exemption for foreign workers to the H-1B program to bring the necessary construction labor workforce here so that we can complete these projects?
Yes, we have been in conversations with the delegate. You know, the current administration policies right now make it a little more stringent in order for us to access. But we're continuing to push on that initiative, and the governor is also using lobbyists so that we can put our position before the decision makers. That in order for us to get this done, we're going to need people.
Definitely. I think that you should try to expedite that. If I know the efforts are already on the way, but expediting that is very important. But also, please keep our local contractors and small businesses in the loop so that they can receive their fair share of opportunities within that procurement process and attracting those tier one contractors. Let's talk about Juan F. Louis Hospital. You've received reconstruction funding for that, and you sent out a solicitation, and I think you got one bid, and then you sent out a second solicitation, and you got no bids. Why did this occur?
So, Senator, first we solicited the Juan F. Louis Hospital as part of a bundle. And
3 minutes.
We did not, we got one bidder, and we decided to go back out and unbundle the bundle because of what the feedback we were getting is that the Juan F. Louis Hospital is a complicated project. It has to be done while a functioning facility will be on a campus, and the costs associated with maintaining a live activity of a hospital nature and construction within a very tight space makes it not a very attractive project. So we took it out of the bundle and we put it back out again, and this time we got none. So what we're doing now...
Say that,
sorry.
Director, sorry to cut you off, but I want to say that our hospitals and our schools, as you know, speaking to the choir, are very high priority projects for myself, and I'm assuming many, if not all of my colleagues. And I want to make sure that those are prioritized. And let's switch over to schools, because I'm sure my St. Croix colleagues are going to bite down on Juan F. Louis a little bit more. But the Julius Proud School was identified as a priority project. And, you know, given that many St. Johnian students or families actually relocated due to the school damage, what steps are being taken to expedite that reconstruction, or that new construction, I should call it, of this critical education facility for the island of St. John?
So the St. John bundle includes Myra Keating, Julius Sprav, Morris de Castro, that is currently under evaluation from the bid that was solicited.
Okay, and that's moving along on time?
Well,
or have you seen any hurdles or experienced any setbacks so far?
1 minute.
Well, I mean, the committee is doing their interviews, and we await their response from their evaluation. it's an active procurement.
Okay, I'll be keeping my eyes on that during my time here on this committee. Feeder 9A, the undergrounding project on St. John is pending a CZM determination. What's the expected timeline for the approval, and how will that also impact? Well, I mean, it will impact the energy resilience of St. John. We don't have a generator on the island of St. John. We're coupled with St. Thomas. So when St. Thomas goes out, we go out. But we also want to be able to upgrade our infrastructure. It's old, and I'm looking forward to seeing Feeder 9A, that project moving forward. What's the status of that project?
So the CZM determination that is needed, we have to get that before we can move forward. We expect that shortly. There's St. John projects on a whole when it comes to the undergrounding and utilities. We are having some environmental issues because one, the property with the National Park Service plus FEMA has required us to do environmental assessments, and they have up to a year to complete the environmental assessments. So right now we have an ongoing situation with the National Park Service and with the FEMA for the environmental assessment that is affecting our projects.
Okay.
And I just
Madam
want
Chair,
to correct you, it's not 9A, 9A is St. Thomas, it's 9E, just for the record, but I knew what you were talking about.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And Madam Chair, may I please have one last wrap-up question?
Go ahead, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Own a Lot, Build a Home program, it has 4 applicants to date, but it's actually unclear as to how many are on the island of St. John. Can someone provide that information, and what efforts are being made to ensure that St. John residents are aware of the program or benefiting from it?
So, Senator, unfortunately, the first 4 is 3 on St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix. Our marketing efforts are ongoing. We reach out with the banks, we talk to the lenders, we make sure that we have activities and social media. So we're still working to attract. We have a group of people that have said they're interested, that the team meets, they call and they follow up with them. But the referrals come from the lending institutions. And right now we only have 2, Banco Popular and USDA, that have memorandum of understanding with us. But outreach is ongoing.
Thank you for your response. And, you know, we're grateful to have the Head Start building. I feel like that's the only disaster recovery project that we can sort of grasp and say, okay, that was done. But there's a lot more to do on the island of St. John. And during my time here, I'll be focusing on making sure or assuring that, you know, we pay some attention to those projects on the island of St. John. Thank you so much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes.
Madam Chair, I just want to remind the senator, don't forget the parks. We finished the parks on St. John and the Battery and the library. Don't forget the library.
Thank you
for that.
Thank you.
One of the, I follow up quickly to the Own a Lot, Build a Home program. I'm just wondering how realistic, how much funds are in that program, first of all?
We have $10 million set aside for
10 million?
that. Yes.
And there's an expiration on that?
Well, the initial DR funds are till 2026. So, and I'm glad you asked me that question. Everyone I tell, the funding that's available right now through the recovery, that we are encouraging people to take advantage of it. This is almost like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we're going to have all this funding to provide gap financing. So it requires people who are ready and who are thinking about it, please take this opportunity, because we don't know when we're going to have this amount of money that will help you to buy down the costs for getting a home.
My concern is that we have very few contractors an island, if I were someone who's young and I have a lot, I need a contractor. And if you're experiencing contractors in the Envision program, I would think that then would affect, unless my father is a contractor.
Yes, I mean, this is a risk. The construction need on the territory is vast right now. We have more work than we actually have contractors. But smaller contractors, there's some smaller contractors that are really staying away from these federal programs because there's a lot of requirements and it's very arduous for them to have the financial wherewithal and bonding and all of that. So those programs, there's still an opportunity for those smaller contractors that can focus on just residential construction.
They would then, for example, in the own a lot, build a home, they would only have to meet the requirements of the lending institution then. That's it, right?
And of course, they will have to be licensed, duly licensed, and then provide whatever the regulatory requirement, but we providing gap financing for them, so it would all go through the lender as the primary.
The lender requirements, not the federal requirements. That's what I'm asking.
No, you have to meet all federal requirements, but the lender, once they're able to qualify all of the requirements that we have, the program and the person with their application, they have to go through the environmental, meet any environmental requirements, all of that still has to be done. However, smaller contractors will probably be able to meet those requirements that exist for the program.
This is one area I am not optimistic in at all. 2026, you said it has to be done by?
Or demonstrate, or effectively demonstrate our progress so that we can get extensions.
And this is 10 million.
Yes.
Point of inquiry from Senator Viola, you recognize?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why is the buy a lot, build a home not under the Housing Finance Authority and under ODR that has tremendous responsibility, and you're speaking about a housing program that's funded under Housing Finance Authority being removed? What's the rationale? I'm trying to get a rationale as to why. Before you answer, you've done a good job with Envision, revitalizing the Envision program and getting it going. But these are programs that really belong under the Housing Finance Authority. And they have been removed because the Envision wasn't moving any place. But now they buy a lot, build a home that should be under Housing Finance Authority is being placed on your lap that have all the responsibility for everything building under the Virgin Islands. Why is it being removed? And what's the purpose of the Housing Finance Authority? Not to you, to Mr. Jones. Why is this being removed from your entity? You're supposed to be over to buy a lot, build a home, not ODR. You're supposed to be Envision, not ODR. What's the rationale?
Senator, I can't respond to that question because that was done prior to me being here. I'm not sure what the rationale was, what the reasons was, but they moved it to ODR.
Hold up. Envision was done before you came, right? It was transferred to, but the buy a lot, build a home was done recently.
No, it wasn't.
So are you fighting
all of it together?
Hold up. Are you fighting to retain these programs that rightfully belong under your jurisdiction?
No, I'm not fighting for any of those programs.
Okay.
Not at all.
That's fine. Have those employees been transferred to ODR?
Yes, they have.
But they're being paid by Housing Finance Authority, correct?
They are being reimbursed from the Housing Finance Authority.
Utilizing federal funds?
Because they're a sub-recipient.
Right. And they were originally hired under Housing Finance Authority?
Yes, they were.
Are they now ODR employees or Housing Finance Authority employees?
The ODR employees.
And you think this works?
Pardon me?
You think this is the role that the Housing Finance Authority for the Virgin Islands should have? That they're unable to run programs that are supposed to be under this jurisdiction, that they have to pass those programs on to the next entity? You believe that that is okay?
Senator, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation or have influence about that comment that you're making. I do not know. There was a rationale that was done by the governor, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not sure how that came about, but it happened.
Hold up. The person who was your COO was over those particular programs. So did you have a discussion to find out what were we doing wrong with the Envision and these other programs as to why they were transferred to ODR so that we don't make the same mistakes as we move forward?
Not at all. I'm focusing on the programs I have to deliver now, and that's for homes. Okay. I'm not worried about what was transferred over from the governor to ODR. My colleague and I, we work together hand in hand on the Envision program and BioLock. We do that. So we're not isolated. We still talk and we make determinations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. We need some. One of the last questions I had actually was almost connected to that, but I see my colleague over there making sure Yes, I see you. We got you. We're coming to you. Senator Joseph, 7 minutes. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Good morning to the board, Nellens. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues. Please, to Ms. Octalien, Director Octalien, please define for myself and the community what the following means: anticipated allocated obligations funds. Anticipated, allocated, and obligated funds. We know the expended means, but it is important to understand the other terms because we are here, numbers thrown around, the statements being made about the monies we have to bill, but St. Croix, we are not seeing the projects to match the monies being mentioned. Please explain those terms.
Sure, and that is something that we have been working to increase the understanding. So allocation means that it's a set aside by the federal entity for the jurisdiction. So let's say that HUD has set aside $2 billion for the territory. And when it becomes obligated, that means we actually have access to the money. That it is now within our reach that we can draw funds down from it. So allocated means set aside for us, but you have to put your applications together and we have to submit it, then they approve it, and then it's obligated and we have access to the money.
Thanks for your answer. And thanks for explaining to the community as well. You were speaking about a hospital earlier, and I'd like to know what's your plans if there remains no interest to build a hospital. Are you looking to do it? We're going to be doing it ourselves. What's our plan?
So right now what we're doing is to go back and make sure we understand what are the issues that are associated with contractors that may have said they were interested. So we will have a pre-bid meeting and they will come on the pre-bid meeting, but then they wouldn't submit a bid. So we have a team that did some market research to understand, well, what are the issues, why you did not bid? We've gotten a lot of feedback, and now we're going to put it back out with those recommendations, and we're confident that we would at least get the multiple bidders so that we can move forward.
Because St. Croix really need a hospital. Without question, we really need a hospital. Okay, while you are working to attract the big contractors, the fact still remains that we have a finite workforce and limited housing options, meaning it's realistic to award multi-large projects and not have manpower to complete the projects. We just need to look at the Parley Joseph Stadium, where we has been insufficient workforce to complete the project. Wouldn't it be better to serve the community to work on 1 or 2 projects at a time to rebuild these projects or complete those before we start another using a progressive billing approach?
So, yes, it would absolutely be better if we could focus on doing 1 or 2 projects at a time, but we don't have that luxury. These funds have an expiration date, and we must demonstrate progress. So therefore, we have to work on them quickly, and it requires us to work on them simultaneously. The Polly Joseph Stadium is a completely different matter than the recovery projects. The Polly Joseph Stadium is a locally funded project that was bid many moons ago.
3 minutes.
They don't, and right now, the escalation costs on the current construction atmosphere is much higher than when that was bid. So that is definitely an anomaly to that discussion. But we are looking at some housing options, because that is one of the issues that the contractors have pointed out, that to come here, we need to have housing solutions for these contractors. And the last piece, what you indicated about the small contractors, the bids that we have seen so far, contractors have demonstrated that they are reaching out. We are seeing very familiar names, smaller contractors, all included in the bids. The contractors are going out of their way to make sure that they identify the existing manpower here, because it's cheaper for them. It makes more sense for them to utilize the workforce here than to bring in workforce workers. It costs them more money. So we're still asking our local contractors to get ready for the opportunities that are coming down.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Okay, with the CBG grant, we had a total of 774 million for 12 years, right? You expended 179.6 million, and housing was 33.9 million. Units on St. Thomas and St. John. I don't know if any other money was used on St. Croix, but and then we had 145.7 million left. Was this money used for the Vital? The 145, the 145 for Vital came from the 774 from the
1 minute.
CBG mitigation?
Yes, yes.
It did?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for your answer. To be clear, your testimony stated that 145 was the total cost. Okay, we got that. After there were housing units on St. Croix that will be purchased to remove and convert to home ownership, opportunities like 3 mentions on St. Thomas, St. John. Which communities and when will this closing happen? And if not, why not?
We don't have anything for St. Croix right now, Senator.
Well, that's my question.
No, we don't. We're working on it, though.
You're working on it?
Yes.
In terms of acquisition, Senator Dana Clendenin, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Chief Operating Officer, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Time.
In terms of the St. Croix with the mitigation grant, we don't have an acquisition plan at this time, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. Again, mitigation is open. We have developers applying all the time for some of that funding.
So any expectation, land, because I mean, we're listening to, we have money to build, but have a land help you build. You guys coming up with more for the community to listen to, and nobody getting housing. We're still having a housing crisis here in Abundance, especially St. Croix. That's why I asked the question earlier about bringing in the large contractors, because where these people going to stay? They could come into work. They're going to stay in a tent and start construction. I'd like to know.
Well, to respond to you, Senator, we just did talk to a developer yesterday, and he has a product that we're interested in pursuing, and it's about fold down housing. I have to see the product, which is easily to do workforce housing, to bring workers from outside of the territory to come here to work temporarily so we can start building more multifamily, single-family homes. So we're just exploring that. We just got that information yesterday, and I'll share it with my colleague here.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff, did you have a point of information?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. What we're going to, I just have one, no.
Yeah.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to take a recess of 15 minutes because we've been going for a few hours here. So the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is in recess. We are out of recess, and we're going to start with Senator Avery Lewis. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Acknowledging you, Senator Lewis. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. My first question goes to, is Ms. Williams-Octalien still with us?
I'm here, Senator.
Ms. Williams-Octalien?
Yes, sir.
Great. In one of your testimony, part of your testimony, you talked about some delays as concerns of permitting. And I think you're talking about DPNR, you're talking about, or those agencies. Have DPNR really dedicated someone or individuals to help expedite these different programs we have?
So I've been working with Commissioner Oriol to create efficiencies with reviews. The most recent collaboration we had is to get some consultant support to help them with in-depth reviews. Some of the other permitting issues, again, is environmental issues that has to be done for projects that require environmental assessments, as I referred to earlier. So all of that is included in the challenges that we're looking at.
Okay, because I think something of this magnitude, we really should have someone dedicated so we could expedite these different type of things to avoid these delays and impediments. Page 12 of your testimony, if you follow along with me, you talked about the convenience centers for waste management. Correct. Do you have a start date for these convenience centers, or we just have an approximate start date? How does that?
We just have approximate start dates because then the environmental reviews need to happen, and after that's done, then we'll have a more concrete timeline for the projects. The projects for St. Croix, however, are further ahead with a contract that has been awarded. So we are moving on the St. Croix projects first.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking, because I know in the past we have had issues with leases and so forth for these properties. All of that has been taken care of. We're ready to, when we proceed, for shovel in the ground.
Not for all. There's still some issues again on the St. Thomas side with getting site acquisition, but the majority of them are moving through, so we can get to the point where they can get those out to bid. So there are still challenges with the St. Thomas side.
Okay, and then as it pertains to, you talked about the parks with DSPR. Do you have any update as it pertains to the lights in Griffith Park? Where are we with that? I know that, I'm glad that we were able to utilize the parks, but children are eager to continue playing, even the adults, but could you give me any enlightenment on that?
Yes, Senator, there are no federal funds for those lights. They need additional local funds to be able to finish that project. So that is the challenge, identifying a local funding source for.
So the lights are not. So the lights, to just be truthful, the lights are not an order.
The lights there's a portion of a temporary solution that they're trying to work through on, but the final, they're in conversations with the supplier for costs, but we have to get a PO before you can actually put the order through.
All right. On page 7 of your testimony, you talked about the solicitation of the healthcare bundle. And you said that should be going out in the first week of March. We soon approaching March. How is that realistically looking? And is it optimistic that you think we should get someone to respond?
So that's the goal, Senator. We're pushing. I have expressed to all of the people who are working on there that this is a priority, and we fully intend to meet that timeline. And we're cautiously optimistic about getting the sufficient bids. We're doing everything that we can do to ensure that we get respondents.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes, on page 4 of your testimony, if you mind, if you turn to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program for me. You said, as to date, VA Housing Finance Authority has also disbursed $1.4 million for eviction prevention services and allocated $1.9 million to expand Department of Human Services, low-income water and energy assistance programs. Your funding is available until September 30, 2025, but in the top part, you talked about $23.3 million. At only $1.9 million we could have given Human Services to assist with this program? I mean, you know, we have a lot of folks out there really dependent on this thing. People are suffering. They don't know if you traverse this community. Help me to help the community, please. 1.9 million, and we have 23.3 million, and we only expended 3 million.
Senator, good afternoon. Dana Clendenin, VI Housing Finance Authority. I believe also in the chamber on St. Thomas is Ms. Monet Francis Gardner. She could provide detail if you'll allow her to come into the well. But again, this is why in the executive director's testimony, he is asking, again, all residents, if you're experiencing any type of financial hardship, to please apply. If you, so
I understand that, Ms. Clendenin. Wait 1 second. I understand that, but I'm saying only 1.9 million we could have given. Can't we give a little bit more?
If Ms.
And talk about this program and the program, you know, let the community know to go up to Human Services. I know the employees up there going to be mad with me because they got more work to do now. But please, let's, you know, could we give more than 1.9?
Let us take a look at it, Senator, okay? And we'll respond to you through your office, through the chair.
Ms. Francis?
Senator Lewis, did you hear the response?
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Senator, I said, let me take a look at it. I'll send you a response through the chair so we can see if we can increase this amount. We'll get back to the director in that department.
Time.
All right, good. Whoa.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll come back the next one.
Go ahead, Senator
Yes,
Lewis.
I just had one more.
Senator Lewis. One more.
Yes, one more question, Mr. As I traverse this community, and even myself, you have some great staff. I know Miss Sasso and those ladies down, they do an excellent job with the first-time homeowners program. But after the homeowners program, there's really, you know, what are we doing now to make sure that people get a piece of the rock, piece of the St. Croix, piece of the St. John? You know, we have wild pineapple. I haven't heard anything about that. We have seen a little bit of demolition. I know there's a more housing question, but please enlighten me today. When are we going to see some homes ready and people be able to move in or even purchase or anything available for the people at the Virgin Islands?
Well, especially on St. Thomas, within the next 6 months, you'll see some ribbon cutting ceremonies because we're acquiring some homes in St. Thomas. We just acquired a home here on St. Croix for about $190,000, and we're going to renovate that for $40,000 and get that ready for a home ownership. So we're starting the process of doing acquisitions because that's quicker and that's faster, okay. And then planning on building single-family homes for home ownership. And you have a good point, Senator. We do this home ownership training, but we have nowhere to send them to so that they can acquire a home. So we're changing that image.
You know, Mr. Jones, in the 60s, 70s, we had like a Earl B. Otley era, man, when the people were able to afford old homes and old Tutu Anna's retreat, you know, then come up to the 90s, we have like Rastannenburg, Polyborg area, we had a windfall of housing and people were able to say, turn a key in a door. You know, when I go to these forums, I think children are asking me, what is an incentive for me to stay here if there's no housing? We have to look out for the people at the Virgin. We have billions of dollars we're talking about here. And every time I turn around, a program will end in 6 months or 5 months or something, and nothing is happening. Could they use the same funding from the owner lot, build a home to develop some of these properties that you all have?
We are developing some of those properties that we have, Senator, but you have to remember, as my colleague has stated, costs are going up. If you look at a 2-bedroom, 2-bath here on the territory, we're talking about between $900 and $1 million. That's $400 per square foot. And the builders and developers can't beat that price or lower it because of the cost. The cost of materials, bringing it on the territory, land values, infrastructure, and environmental issues. So we're trying to find a way in which we can cut those costs by looking at a developer and trying to scale up so we can bring those costs down. So you are currently right, but we're finding a way to provide more homes on the territory. That's our mission.
Madam Chair, thank you for the time. Madam Chair, thank you for the time and the flexibility. I'll ask more questions on the next go-round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Quickly, Ms. Director, Williams-Octalien. Just a quick question because I'm going to compare your testimony from last year, August 24, to this one with Envision, but the application program is closed, but you said last year 610 have been deemed eligible. Is that the number that I should be using? That's the end goal, 610?
So the initial phase that we're working with is 400 there's two phases. There's the initial low to moderate income phase that they have priority and the urgent need. Those are the categories. And then those that are low in the higher bracket, 80 to 120% AMI, will move to that phase next.
Okay, but for me, in simple terms for me, 610 were eligible, but now it's down to 400? 610 were eligible in your August 2024 testimony. Application is closed, so we should be able to have a handle now on how many homes we have left to complete. But I'm going to give you time because I need time to compare the numbers. So I will move ahead to Senator Francis for your 7 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the
Senator
testifiers.
Francis, before you move ahead, I have to apologize to Senator Carla Joseph. This is like the third time now. Senator Joseph has been with us from before the recess, so I want to acknowledge Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you, Senator Francis, for the interruption. Sorry.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for the opportunity. And let me start off on a good note by certainly commending the work that's been done by ODR and on VIHFA. I think that, after sitting here for a number of years, we can see where there's some progress being made. And obviously, there was conversation about the lack of capacity over the years. We've seen that capacity has now built up. And, we're seeing where there's progress. We're seeing some ribbon cutting going on. We're seeing some movement, especially with the Envision Tomorrow program. The challenges that we continue to face as we go out into the community, though, is that we're often approached by, especially individuals, as it pertains to the Envision Tomorrow. Up to as recent as yesterday, I walked into Gallows Bay Hardware, and a lady approached me about this. How are we getting the message out? How are we providing feedback? And I know that you do excellent PR. I see you have the Facebook show and very active, but for some reason, we still have a delta. We still have individuals that's not understanding where they're at. They talk about having 3 inspections and nothing further. How are we keeping individuals informed about what's their status?
So, Senator, I share. I can't go anywhere without someone asking me about Envision. We did a mailing to get an interest survey completed in which we got current information, contact information for the applicants. They were aware and provided who their caseworker is. The process, I tried to outline the process in the testimony, that it requires these inspections and scoping and validation.
And environmental.
And environmental. So, yes,
Yeah.
unfortunately, too, that they can see an inspector come to their house on multiple occasions. We put a number out. We're trying to make sure that people understand that if you have a question, to just call us so we can tell you and continue to guide you in the process.
Okay, very well. And this is, again, I want to implore that we continue to provide that information because it's critical the individual know what's happening. I mean, they're just like sitting ducks just waiting to know what's going on. It pains my heart a lot of times when I see this. So we have heard the conversation that we have moved from 8 to 10 billion to $23 billion, which is significant and certainly should be able, and you talk about being transformative into this community, and we're looking forward to that. We have a short time to make a difference. We have a short time to make a difference. Before we know it, 10 years is upon us. There was some money set aside, an earmark for a match of $50 million sometime back for our initial projects. And now that we have seen the reduction of that match, have we been able to activate that $50 million? Is that now back into the pool, or what happened to that set aside?
So do we have a set aside of a little 200, I think like 250 million. Overall, our original projections for match was 400 million. We were pleased that at the 2% rate, some of our requirements now is like 500 million. We don't have 500 million set aside in the CDBG funding anymore right now. So there is some expectation that the territory will have to find alternate sources for a percentage of the match later on. That is one of the issues that we are aware of, that we're looking at ways that we may need to finance it for some certain projects, but that is a risk in the critical path right now.
Okay. Are we at the position, and thank you for that response, are we at the position where we believe that our local contractors do have a seat at the table and they're actually engaged in some of this work that's being done?
Yes, just by looking at some of the players that have been part of the applications for the projects that we have right now in the bundles, a lot of these contractors are reaching out. The larger tier 1 contractors are doing outreach here in the territory so that they can find the people to be a part of this endeavor.
So you ended your testimony today with the message that of uncertainty as to what's happening federally and our need to ensure that we stay, and that seems to be a call to action for me. I mean, certainly I believe that, again, we need to move with urgency to ensure that we're addressing some of these projects and getting them moving. You talk about the impediments that you have seen with the workforce as well as supply chain issues. I thought that the bundling was one of the components that we utilize again to be able to navigate that whole bundling and workforce issue. Where are we with that?
Yes. So I just want to say that the call to action for us actually predated when FEMA gave us that deadline with the cost share. That was a call to action for us because we know we only had 10 years to be able to do this. What happens now is that it's just so many uncertainties. Like we knew what the risks were in the critical path back then, but now there's all these other new challenges that we're dealing with. The bundling allows us, for these larger contractors, they do have some solutions that they can bring to the table. We're looking at offering resources like available land so that they can construct man camps as a part of their proposals when they submit the proposals. Those are kinds of things that we're looking for. Also looking to how they plan to train our local workforce within their proposals. How do they plan to bring our workforce along?
Okay, that brings me to my other question, and that clock seems to have a new battery moving fast. In terms of technical, you talk about the technical college that we intend to implement, and we find ourselves in the same predicament. I mean, when Harvey Illumina came in, we had to import individuals. We saw that with Hovensa, and we're back to this threshold again where we're talking about importation of workforce. How soon and what's being done, or the status of the initiative to stand up the technical college?
So the technical college is coming out of Office of the Governor. There are plans for us From our perspective, we are pushing to ensure that anyone who has a contract here in the territory, that they are contributing, whether through trainers, whatever resources, finances, to support this technical college so we can build up the workforce.
Thank you. And here my time is about to be called, but real quickly, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with this final question. Of course, I have others, but
Sure.
in respect to, again, addressing the housing issue, both for residents here as well as those that's coming in for the workforce, we have a number of shuttered homes in this territory. Everywhere you go, there are a number of shuttered homes. I know that there was an initiative some time back where they provided some funding, $50,000. For the repairs of some of these homes, and then you put them into a pool for rental. I think there's another opportunity for us to be able to exercise that. Obviously, the costs have increased, so maybe $100,000. But I think that we need to take a look at how do we expand that opportunity, get some of these shuttered homes into the pool. Of course, there'll be some requirement that we could work out. But we're certainly poised and positioned to support here in this body, the acquisition of some of these homes for the purpose of, again, providing for housing in this territory, the shuttered homes, that is.
Absolutely,
Please
Senator.
consider that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Vialet, you're up for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin, Mr. Jones, with the acquisition of Loveland, Bellevue, and Calabash Boom. The Loveland one, Bellevue, and Calabash Boom, that total was $33.9 million for the purchase.
Yes.
Okay, and then further on, you said that Loveland 2, the purchase is $169.4 million.
No, it's $16.9 million. That's a typo.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
I was a bit alarmed. Wow. Okay, 16.9 plus the 33, so somewhere around 50 million. Now, these properties belong to the Housing Finance Authority?
No, they do not.
Who do they now belong to?
They belong to a developer, Jackson Development Corporation.
Okay. So how was that worked out? I mean, it's federal monies that we requested and they're being purchased for a private developer?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the private developer is supposed to provide those?
Specifically on one of the developments, they're converting what they have on that property to home ownership. That's the deal
Which one of the properties?
Loveland.
Loveland 1 and 2?
Loveland 1. Just Loveland 1? Just Loveland 1.
Okay.
Bellevue and Calabash.
And Loveland 2, not yet?
Not yet.
And when you worked out the agreement that you're going to use federal dollars to purchase these entities for this particular developer, was there a price set that units cannot be sold for more than X amount because it's actually federal funds that we utilize to purchase the units?
For affordable housing, yes, absolutely.
So what's the cap?
Well, it's probably between, 60% of AMI, area median income, that we can't that's the group that we're targeting for these affordability. We have a threshold in which we look at family composition, the financial wherewithal, and everything else that's combined to that they can afford this home. We have a home ownership program that we match.
So hold on, because my time is going to run out. But I'm just trying to get a not to exceed what? Not to exceed 250,000, not to exceed 300,000. These were units that were purchased utilizing federal funds, correct?
Right. It all depends on their income levels. They can go past 250, they can go past 350 if they can afford it. And we're making that an affordable opportunity for them. I mean, the threshold.
Okay, hold up. And that sale price is going to go to the developer?
No.
Who's going to receive the monies? If it goes into the home ownership, who's going to receive those monies?
Well, on the home ownership opportunity, they sell the home. That money goes back into not the developer. The developer doesn't get the profit from it, from the mortgage company.
The money goes back where?
Pardon me?
If you have 10 individuals that purchase a home at $300,000, that's $3 million. Where does the $3 million go?
To the mortgage company.
To the mortgage company?
What are you trying to get to,
I'm trying
Senator?
to, okay, what I'm trying to get, right? We utilize it.
It's just like when anyone buys a home.
Hold up. No, I am pro home ownership. Pro. And I want people to be able to purchase homes that are affordable. But I'm asking the question, we took federal monies, we purchased these entities, and we put it under a private developer. The private developer is now going to move to home ownership. So when those individuals pay for the home, does it go back into a revolving fund for additional home ownership, or does it go to the developer?
I'm going to have Ms. Alana Lavenier respond to that.
Alana Lavenier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer.
3 minutes.
The acquisition of the JDC properties were for affordable housing units. We had the 3 properties.
I know all of that part. My time running out. Sorry to rush you.
It's okay. So though for those, it's based upon the AMI of those low to moderate income.
I know all
right?
of that.
So the funding, once the purchase occurs, it becomes program income. Part of that program
income for who?
Coming back to VIHFA so that we can reinvest.
That's it. That's all I wanted.
And the developer. It's both.
That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. It's both.
That the monies are coming back to the Housing Finance Authority so that they could go into some type of revolving fund and be utilized again. That's all I wanted to know.
As well as a developer, so it's both.
So you're going bad now. We were just good. I'm going to have to come back to that. I hope one of my colleagues
We receive the
follow up.
program income. With the program income, we reinvest that back into the company.
I'm asking that, I'm going to be requesting that the chair follow through with those questions because she has more time, and I got to get to some more questions. Envision program, how much have we expended thus far? Rough amount. While you're looking for that, what does a soft cost? And have we asked for an extension of those monies? Because I know that they expire 2026. Have we requested an extension? Mr. Jones, the money go through you, right?
Sorry.
Have we requested an extension?
Yes, we have.
Have we received the extension?
Yes, we have.
To what?
Till 9/29.
November?
2029.
Okay.
September 2029.
Okay. And through the chair, can we get a copy of that extension letter to make sure? So we're going to be able to spend this $200 million by 2029.
That's what we got the extension for. Yes, sir.
Okay. The bundle, Miss Adrienne Williams, that's enough. The bundle, I know you issued a bundle for the St. Thomas schools,
1
correct?
minute.
Yes.
But if my memory serves me right, didn't you also issue the bundle for Central High School and the other schools?
No, Central High School was not on a bundle. Central High School was issued with Charlotte Amali by Property and Procurement.
Okay, so hold up. When I read, I wasn't in the Senate then, but when I read the article, it said that these St. Thomas schools were under Benton, and then I read that Central High School had the same contractor as Arthur Rich as MCN, that a contract was awarded to MCN for Central High School?
That's correct.
Do they still have the contract?
No, they did not. The Department of Property and Procurement canceled negotiations with them and moved on to the second bidder, and they're currently in negotiations with the second bidder.
Okay, there was a reason why, or that's
Cost.
Cost. Okay. And in reference to the hospital, I saw you said you had one bidder, and that was the same issue, cost, or why did you not
move forward with the one bidder?
Yes.
The committee that was not confident in the approach that was presented to clearly demonstrate us moving with one bidder.
Okay, so was there a negotiation process with a one bidder? Because then I saw that you said you reopened the bid, and we had no bidders.
Right, we unbundled it because
So the first one was a bundle?
Was a bundle. And we said, okay, well, maybe because it was a bundle, so we unbundled it.
And when you unbundled it, it got worse. We had zero.
It got worse, yes. Yes, but we separated, it was Charles Howard and Wang F. Louis. And when we separated, we did get a bid for Charles Howard, and we did not get a bid for Wang F. Louis. So we put them back out separately. And the approach was successful for Charles Howard, but unsuccessful for JFL.
Okay, and the original bidder for the hospital, there was no attempt to work with a particular bidder to grade down costs or see whether or not they're still interested?
We are trying to work with, we are trying to work with them everybody who bid and they were not successful, trying to make sure we understand what their issues were or they understand what our issues are so that we can keep them engaged to bid in the territory.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Of course, you know that you pricked my curiosity with respect to it really did. So I want to go back to the Loveland, Bellevue, Calabash, Boom acquisition. Were all those properties owned by the same owner, or were they separate owners that you were purchasing from?
Alana Lavenier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. We did purchase it from the same entity.
Same entity. And then the developer is going to convert them into home ownership opportunities. That's what it says here.
There's going to be both a home ownership opportunity, but also multifamily affordable rental units still available.
And rental. And who's going to pay for the rehabilitation or the conversion? The developer?
Through utilization of applying for CDBG mitigation funds, they did apply, so they'll be utilizing those funds to do the rehabilitation.
In addition to the sales price, the rehabilitation is going to come out of a mitigation grant also.
Correct.
So but the owner of the property in the purchase is not the government. The owner, not the government.
No. And for correction, they did have a mixed funding, so they did utilize mitigation funds as well as private funds.
Right, but so when they're rented and when they're bought, what share of that is the government going to get? What share? Money? How much what's the percentage between the developer and the government?
I can't get that information for you. I don't have it today, but I will give that to you.
Right, Senator Vielle, and I also would like to just get that in terms of, the money flow and the revolving. As he was saying, is there a fund? Because at this point, it seems to me as if the government is funding the purchase price and the conversion, the rehabilitation, renovation, correct? From grants.
Correct. With mixed funding. So correct.
And then the developer gets a percentage of the sales price and also the rental. They get a percentage. Are they going to manage the rental properties?
Yes. There will be a nonprofit or a community agency that will be managing the properties.
Is it possible for us to get a copy of that agreement? We definitely need to look at that, just from the funding part. But just as the Senator said, I am also for home ownership. It's just that if some of the money is going to revolve, I'd like it to revolve over here too. Because we have people, as was stated by Senator Francis, I may as well say, with respect to LBJ, my mind is just trying to work out with an agreement like this. Why can't we then also use something? I'm just going to move on. I can't do anything until I see those documents and understand exactly what the type of agreement. I don't really want to go there any further until I understand exactly the type of program that you're involved in. Okay.
And there are rules within HUD that we have to abide by that we can just, we can get into what can be available, what can be possible.
Yeah.
Just within those confined lines.
Yeah, that's why I asked. And I'll be getting in touch with Executive Director Jones because there are just some ideas that from this hearing that are brewing in my head. Because we have problems that we need to solve over here too, and I'm happy that you're doing those projects on St. Thomas and St. John. So we're going to go to Senator DeGraff. Thank you for your patience, Senator DeGraff.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Point of
Madam Chair,
information. Senator Blyden, I believe I'm hearing.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the point of information. Madam Chair and colleagues, again, these inquiries when it comes to the Housing Finance Authority and the housing space, in respect to the funding, I want to talk about the funding right quick in my point of inquiry. The funding is from the mitigation funds, and it was as a result of the agreement that the residents signed when they signed up for those properties over 15 years ago. And as a result of that, there was an opportunity with these funds that qualified those individuals to be able to receive some of those fundings to purchase their home, which they already signed up for when they moved into those units. And also, as a part of that agreement, some of those funds were also automatically to fix the units. So it aligned with the grant from HUD. So I just want to clarify that for the record. And I look forward to further discussions with everything in the housing space at the next Housing Committee hearing for Housing Authority and Housing Finance Authority and EDA and ODR in March, late March, after the NOAA conference. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Yes.
Because I know it's a recovery hearing, so as far as housing, I look forward to those more in-depth discussion and more drilling down. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Blyden, I do agree that during your hearing, you really will have to drill down on a lot of these issues surrounding housing. So I definitely look forward to that hearing as a member of your committee. But if the agreement can be sent to my email, I would appreciate it, because I just want to see, in terms of money and grants that we're discussing today. Senator DeGraff, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Madam Chair, I do apologize for being late, but I had to go to the district spelling bee for Department of Education. Those youngsters, young future of the world, were excellent. Congratulations to the winner. All of them winners in my eyes. Director Octalien, Williams-Octalien, I was looking at your testimony that said the total obligations of funds came to $23.7 billion. In the governor's State of the Territory address, he said $22.5 billion are obligated. Is that a $1.2 billion difference, or is it just a guesstimation he made at the time of his statement, or no? Is it any issue?
Senator, that was the obligation amount at the time of the State of the Territory. This is updated numbers through January 31st.
Okay, so from January 31st to now, we got $1.2 billion additional?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just address that $1.2 billion. What is that money to be used for?
Those obligations came for unified paving projects that we were waiting for those obligations to come through. But it assists with repaving the roads after all the utility work has been done.
Okay, so that's the $1.2 billion after the $22.5 billion has been obligated. So is this 1.2 also obligated, or would it come in at the tail end? So in regards to the President of the United States stating one thing, is that money in jeopardy? Okay, it's not obligated.
Let me make sure I understand your question. So at the time when the governor made the statement, that was the obligated amount. Since then, we got additional funds. So everything that we have right now to date is $23.5 billion. So when we speak of the recovery funding and any challenges that we have, it's on the 23 any amount of the 23 that has not been expended, which is about $20 billion.
Okay, so you know that brings me to mind that when I mentioned in a meeting where we would do possibly a 2% added to all the contracts of these disaster recovery monies to put toward building up the infrastructure, then this $1.2 billion now is what you're saying is that funding for the infrastructure?
I'm not sure I'm following the question. Any amounts, any policy that we have cannot be solely for federal dollars. So if we're creating a policy, it has to be a policy across the board. The infrastructure, we have a lot of money that's associated with building and repairing and strengthening our infrastructure for all of our utilities, water, wastewater, potable water, and also for our roads that has been funded by the federal funders.
Yeah, again, it's I don't want to seem adversarial or we skirting around. $22.5 billion state of the territory is obligated from the Virgin Islands. $1.2 billion came in from the 31st of January to between then to now. Today is what, the 20th? In 20 days, we get an additional $1.2 billion. The first question is, that money then doesn't sound as if it's obligated. Is it obligated?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Now, that $1.2 billion is obligated. Now, the breakdown on that $1.2 billion is what? Again, please.
So the...
Well, you know, to make it simple, I do apologize. To make it simple, through the chair, Madam Chair, if we could get the specific breakdown to this $1.2 billion that we got in 20 days going forward. I would like to see what that money actually be going forward. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
And then in addition to that, I want the full breakdown of the $22.5 billion that is obligated. And I want to see it in the detail in terms of one, so we could know that the President of the United States may not have access to it because it is obligated truly. And going forward, we need to know, based on how we're spending the money from your own chart that you show from 2019 to 2025, with a year and a half or a little less or a little more of this administration, let's be realistic. Like how I mentioned before, when you say we're doing 100 houses, we're up to 48. I'm happy with that so far. But if you could provide that through the chair, thank you for that. Director Jones.
Yes, sir.
You have mentioned things took place prior to you coming. Since you are here, what was your mandate in being new here? And then what have you accomplished thus far?
1 minute.
I don't want to hear overall numbers of what have been accomplished based on that. So what you could do through the chair, you could submit that information strictly in regards to what you have done since you took the helm of the office in regards to housing finance.
Yes, sir.
Because ODR has been doing a great job, but really and truly to take on the Envision program and to build a lot, really and truly didn't make no sense to me either. And I think it's an overkill. Overkill of an agency that's new, been working hard, dealing with billions of dollars to do something what you should be doing. Totally atrocious. I don't agree with it at all. But again, I would like to see, based on what your mandates were, what you have accomplished, and what you intend to accomplish in the next 2 years, period. Substantial accomplishment, not on paper accomplishment.
Time.
I would like to see. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraffs. Director Williams-Octalien. Williams-Octalien, you know the name that threw us all off. Do you have a response?
I just wanted to just add just a little bit more context for Senator DeGraff, like the process is that we have submitted applications, it's approved, and it's moving to be funded. Then it goes into the approval process, and we know what's waiting for obligation. So we know what the projects that we are waiting to be obligated, and we will get notification of an obligation in a particular day. So it isn't like we've been working on this $1.2 billion. This is something that we've just been waiting to get approved from the federal government, and that approval came in January after the governor made his statement with the number that he provided at the state of the territory. So just wanted to provide some context.
Thank you. Senator Carla Joseph, I recognize you for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. I had intended to be here on time, but my meeting at the Division of Paternity and Child Support took a lot longer than I anticipated. I'm not a member of this committee this legislative term, but I do want to make it my business to be here. I'm very happy that the man from Savannah asked some of those probing questions relative to the 1.2 million difference based on the governor's state of the territory. That was some of my questioning I was going to ask, but I want to get to something that he touched on, and you have inside of your report, Mrs. Williams-Octalien. On page 16, you mentioned, and this is an overshadowing challenge, and I will read it out loud again. And if this is not enough, the risk of de-obligation of recovery dollars due to the federal administration shift in policy undermines the confidence of stakeholders that funding will remain available to carry out recovery efforts. I'm going to leave it there. Now, Director, have you received any communication that any of the recovery funds may be de-obligated by the current administration, or are they looking at it based on how we are spending the money?
No, Senator, we have not gotten any communication to that effect.
Okay. Have you received any communication relative to the government's, how we've been behind in our A133, our single audits that may adversely impact or place any of these federal funds in jeopardy?
No, Senator.
Good. Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that it was a negative to both of those questions. Now, I wanted to ask you some probing questions relative to some of these projects. And excuse me if some of these questions were already answered by my colleague, as I was really busy working with the fine staff at the Division of Paternity and Child Support. Now, page 6, kindly turn to that page of your testimony with me. You mentioned under the first bullet, you have executed some contract with Suffolk CBNA joint venture for the St. Thomas Education Bundle, Bowski Addition, Lockhart K-8, Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver Elementary, Janie Tuitt Elementary, Ivana Udoraken High School, and the St. Thomas Administrative Center, but you didn't indicate any funding there.
All of these projects are funded, Senator.
I'm sorry?
All of these projects are funded.
Okay, but what is the funding amount? Because you already have a contract, so it should be available. You've already signed a contract, so we don't have issues with procurement as far as informing persons of how much money is available for these expenditure. Tell us the contracted amount.
Oh, so your initial amount is $1 million. That is just for pre-construction services. This is a design build solicitation and contract. So we work through the pre-construction services first, and then we get to a guaranteed maximum price at the end.
3 minutes.
Ms. Williams-Octalien, you see that the time is eating up. I asked you specifically, you mentioned Suffolk, CBNA, joint venture, right? You have a contract. How much is that contract? End of story. Tell me how much is the contract
$38.1 million, Senator.
How much is it? How much is it?
$38.1 million.
Okay, and that's only for what purpose, you said?
Pre-construction services.
So what is Witt O'Brien being paid for? They don't also provide pre-construction services?
No, pre-construction services include foundation work.
Afternoon, Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager for the Office of Disaster Recovery under the Super PMO program. Pre-construction services is design work. We're using the design build method where early engagement for the contractor, so they're doing design and construction. The early engagement, making sure that we have design completed all the way from 30, 60, 90 to 100% design. We're going to do value engineering, constructability reviews.
Oh, okay. So this is considered construction costs before, what you used to call it, before they begin the work. Is that the actual work? Is that what you're looking at? And then they will then put out, is it that they're going to, I'm trying to understand, is it then they are going to be responsible for putting out a next solicitation to actually do the actual construction?
1 minute.
We as human beings can.
So the pre-construction services is the design work. And ultimately, as we do multiple reviews, they will go out for bids with their subs and other partners. We will then do multiple GMPs until we have a cost certain, as well as project time certain, to get that GMP where you get the total project costs.
So, hold one moment. You're using some acronym. Remember, we are also educating some of our public. What's a GMP?
So that's your guaranteed maximum price for the project. When you go through all your designs, eventually you'll come to an agreement for what the scope is, how much it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take you. Once you have that cost certain, you agree to a price, and that price will be a cost not to exceed.
Okay, good. I understand that portion. Now tell me, and the same question applies to this awarded contract to, Madam Chair, was my time called? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Senator Joseph. It was called, but go ahead. Just wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. Tell me the amount of that contract for Consigli/Benton Joint Venture 1 for Charles Harwood Medical Complex.
The cost for the pre-construction services is $221,000. Senator, if I could just describe the difference between the design build for Suffolk CBNA and the construction management at risk for Consigli Benton. The construction management at risk, we have an A&E firm that is part of the government's team doing the design. So this number is significantly less than the design build because Consigli Benton's responsibility for pre-construction services is the constructability reviews, not the design.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I'm going to wrap up because I do have some more questions to ask. But I'm very concerned about this $38 million in pre-construction costs, knowing that we also had Witt O'Brien that was providing, based on their contract, providing some of certain services for the government of the Virgin Islands. So I'm just concerned, and I'm sure they could explain it, about issues relative to supplanting, because Witt O'Brien was involved. But if they could really just clear that up for me, that would be great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Director, can you clear that up?
Absolutely. I'll be happy to provide some context. Witt O'Brien's role within the recovery was to assist with the project applications so we can get the funds from FEMA. The actual designs for buildings is not in their purview. These actual designs are done by A&E contractors, whoever the A&E contractor is for the individual project. So there's no supplanting.
So it was that
It's
contract,
different roles, yes.
different roles, and the contract with O'Brien has expired, ended?
No, the contract for Witt O'Brien is still, they still have a contract with the government, with us, with the Public Finance Authority to provide support. The role that they play right now is to help with any regulatory questions. One of the things that happens now is that the projects are obligated, but then once we come up with the designs, then it has to go back to FEMA for FEMA to approve it. So we go back through that 19-step process again to go through the environmental so that we can actually move forward with construction. If the environmental is not approved, then the project can be in jeopardy for funding. So that's the role that they're helping us with now.
That Witt O'Brien is helping with?
Yes.
Okay. I still will need a little more clarity based on the question Senator Joseph asked. Senator Maurice James, 7 minutes. Thank you.
Not to look at.
Okay, mine is going to be really fast, because I know that there are several people who are catching a flight soon, correct? However, I'm hoping that the ODR people can stay a little longer, just to get some more clarity, except for the Syntomian that's looking at me right now. Okay, so my question quickly is, you said that you had issues with the Envision program. You had issues with the applicants. And you said that many applicants require financial assistance, transportation services, and household essentials that fall outside the program's scope. And what exactly are you talking about in that sentence? And additional social services that the program does not provide?
I can answer that question with an example. For instance, we have applicants, they've applied. One of the first things I found out but realized is that, of course, the population is a older population. Therefore, some of them have people, family members that can assist them with navigating and getting whatever documents they need. Others, they don't have anyone. We had a situation where we had an applicant that was incapacitated, and one of my employees actually got really concerned, and we had to go in and get someone to open the door because it was chain locked, and you could just see from the inside that he was on the bed. He later passed, but unfortunately there's so many of those applicants that have no one to assist them to navigate through these processes. And my team, they really care and they go above and beyond, but it's a lot more than they're able to do. We encounter family problems, issues where family members are not giving authorization to the person who lives in the house to be able to fix the home. I mean, some of it is very heartbreaking.
You don't have any, for example, nonprofit organizations in the community that we can fund I don't know. I'm just exploring this to assist. I thought at one point, I'm going to bring in Mr. Jones in this, the Executive Director Jones in this. The ERAP program, for example, and the homeowner assistance fund programs, those programs can somehow work with the Envision tomorrow. I don't know. I'm asking, trying to find help for. As I said before, we have people who we need to meet where they are, right? Like this gentleman, for example. And as a community, we are too small to allow this to happen. We are. So is there any way that we can bridge that gap with people who need social services, financial assistance, transportation services?
Yes, absolutely. So Chair, let me just tell you a story, and I want to piggyback on my colleague here. So someone had called me in the community to live over there by Tutu. She had her foot amputated. She lives like going up a 3-story building. She cannot go into that building. She's been away for the last 8 months, and she didn't know who to reach out to figure it out. And that's the problem that we have in the territory, because they don't know who to go to and who can help them. And so I had to go out there and take my construction manager to see if we can find some type of way to elevate her. She hasn't gotten into a unit in all those months.
3 minutes.
I get a call every week, and I'm going out there again next week. I'm going to look at the way in which we can, it's going to cost us about $30,000. I'm going to see where I can find money to get that in so she can get back into her unit. But just like my colleague said, it's all over the place. The social services that we have, it's almost like onesies and twosies. Not everyone's in that situation, but there are a lot of people in that situation, but they do not know how to call. So my recommendation is the best way is to go out there and do town hall meetings and let people understand who to call, who to talk to, and trying to resolve their situations. But as I stated before, there's too many requirements to the money that we have. And if we violate that, we're violating the compliance, we're violating the continuance of that grant or receiving any other subsequent grants. And so that's where we need to get into the gray areas in which we can try to make these work. But we are trying to do every avenue that we can to get people housed, get them services, because as the senator says, my issue is I'm trying to get housing. I'm trying to build housing. That's what HFA is, housing for all. Right. So we're all on the same page. So I just want to make sure we emphasize that, because my colleague here, we work together and we try to find a way. Now, you may not hear about it, you may not see it, but our staff behind the scenes,
we always
do.
hear about it, believe it or not. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for providing that example. You give me goosebumps with that, because there are people who we need to help. Point of information, Senator Blyden. Oh, I'm in the middle of my time. Sorry, Senator Blyden. I forgot I'm in the middle of my 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, former Senate President.
1 minute.
1 minute. I could ask myself for more time. Extension. The Envision program. The Envision program is right now, we talk about a housing crisis. That should be like our top priority, because we have the funds for it. We have the places, the properties, in terms of every one of those Envision people own a property. They just don't occupy it, most of them. For example, I ran into a woman at the fair who said her house is ready, she's not in it, it's empty, but she can't live in it because nothing has happened. And so I wanted to find out, and I also got information from another applicant who sent last August, when you requested, as you're doing now, applicants who want to know their current status. She sent an email, no response. I actually have that here. So I'm going to ask her to send again and copy me, because I'm thinking, it must have fallen through the cracks. I don't know. So I'm not going to make any judgment. Thank you. But we need to, I just need to find out more information, but I do know that the Housing Finance Authority testifiers have to leave now. Is that correct? So I'm going to take a recess.
I'll be here.
Oh, you'll be here. Oh, wonderful. So I'm going to recess for 3 minutes so they can vacate the premises.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're out of recess, and I just want to try to understand the Envision quickly again. In 2024, you said you completed 35. Today, you've completed 43, which is 8 in the last year, which is pretty good. Then 47 last year, and in construction, and you've added a 53 since then. So that's good too. You know, I really want to highlight that this Envision program is moving, even though we are all meeting people who are anxious. And it's our job to calm people down. Some people don't realize, yeah, we need to calm the anxiety of ourselves and our people because we receive it. And then you said 40 pending issuance of notice to proceed last year. This year, now, I was trying to figure out the 100 projects that are awarded for local contractors. Do I fit that into the numbers above? Okay, good. So now you have an additional solicitation of 55 for March.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, I am straight. Where I'm not straight is when you had said that 610 was eligible, and how many you have now.
So the 610 includes the rental, the homeowner program, and the rental rehab program. So there's a program for your individual homeowners and then for landlords, basically.
Okay.
So that's the total universe.
Okay, so that was a 610. And I am now going to go to a second round of 3 minutes for each person, and I will start with, I know Senator Blyden actually had a point of information, or is that Senator Lewis? Is that Senator Lewis? Are you the one with a point of information? His
Yes.
mic. Okay, go ahead, Senator Lewis.
I wanted to follow up before we went on break. Ms. Williams-Octalien had made a statement about the processes, the steps it takes for her to go through, and she said it was a 19-step process. Did I hear that accurately, Ms. Williams-Octalien?
Yes, the FEMA process is a 19-step process.
I mean, like, is any way that, I guess this was prescribed by FEMA, but anyway, we could try to streamline this based on what the time frame we're up against with this $23.9 billion?
Well, what I do, I've given them the territory's priorities. We collaborate well so that they can focus on the priority projects and push them through the process. I've actually lobbied the FEMA director and all of the policymakers on various trips to Washington to have them look at reviewing that process so that the project doesn't have to go to every step if it's no longer required. For instance, obligated projects really just needs to validate costing and then move to the environmental queue rather than stopping in every step. They've said that they'll take it under consideration, but that's something we're constantly lobbying for. To be able to move those projects faster. It's kind of like a train. You know, you have the express train and the local, that you can create a process where if the project has already been obligated, you can take the express train rather than the local.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I'd like for you to continue to keep on top of them because I could see where this could cause some impediments or slow down your A team from expediting all what's going on.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Blyden, did you have a point of information also? Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Yes, I did, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yeah, with respect to what Director Jones stated with the individual, and I'm sure many of us have those calls on a daily basis, and I was saying, yes, many of the non-for-profit organizations also work in a space where you can connect the dots and made the individual whole based on their different funding and or their different priorities. So I just want to put it on the record. But I'm ready for my 2 minutes now.
Oh, thank you.
Can I proceed? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Williams-Octalien, on page 11 of your testimony, you spoke about the Queen Louise facility in St. Thomas, and you said you have 2 projects. The first is $1 million for temporary repairs which is done by custom builders, right, to begin in early 2025. So my question is, in terms of the permanent repairs, that 2025 represent the temporary or the permanent repairs for that facility?
The temporary, Senator.
So what's the timeline for the permanent repairs moving forward?
The Queen Louise Home for the Aged will be part of the St. Thomas bundle, and actually I'm misspeaking it. That's both of them. Both projects should be moving forward with the next step in March. So we're looking at Queen Louise permanent in the solicitation for March 2025, and they have a contract for the temporary facility for March as well.
Is the permanent one going to be the state-of-the-art facility in Sugar State?
Yes.
Or is it something different?
Yes, that is
Okay,
supposed
very
to be the industry standards, correct.
Thank you for that. And also, let me ask you about the Head Start reconstruction project for Bolongo Bay. I see it moving pretty quick. I like what I'm seeing. Let's talk about it. Mitchell Motel and St. Thomas. Speak about that briefly, please. What's going on with that? And what is it going to be once it's completed?
You said Mitchell Motel.
Yeah, it's in your testimony.
Mitchell
page
Motel,
11
then-
at the bottom.
So Minetta Mitchell is the Head Start project that's moving, and Mitchell Motel is a separate project. So I just want to clarify which one you're referring to.
Mitchell Motel. What are we doing with that?
I'm sorry, Senator, what did you ask?
Mitchell Motel is what he's asking about. The status.
Motel.
It's not in the testimony. I'm making an inquiry.
So Mitchell Motel, I don't think Mitchell Motel actually has a particular funding source for it. It has been vetted to be part of the derelict and abandoned building initiative. I know that Housing Finance in the past has been looking for funding that they can do something with it, but it is in a flood plain, so that provides some challenges for the solutions that we have, but there's no particular approach and strategy for that right now that I'm aware of.
Very well. Let me ask quickly, in respect to page 12, the $21 million of CDBG-DR funds that slated to go to solid waste in the territory when it comes to our infrastructure with a convenience center throughout the territory. Can you briefly tell us how much is slated for the St. Thomas St. John district and how much for the St. Croix district in terms of convenience centers?
Time.
So the funding hasn't been split, Senator, because it's an overall lump sum, and they're waiting for the bids to go out and come back in to allocate each to each particular convenience center. So it's a lump sum, and we'll have to finalize it when the bids come in.
So based on the funding and the amount, how would you know? Okay, let me ask you the next question, and Madam Chairman, if I can ask. How much convenience center is slated for St. Thomas St. John, and how much convenience center is slated for St. Croix?
So
because that will determine the.
There in St. Croix, it's Concordia, Cotton Valley, and Mombichu, and that's on page 12. And then on St. Thomas is Bournefield and Smith Bay and Red Hook. And then there's one on St. John and Susannaburg.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, Senator Blyden, but you piqued my curiosity too, because I see where it's 21 million, but then you've already chosen a contractor for St. Croix. So then you've already used some of that 21 to award that contract, correct?
Right. But so what happens is the agency puts in an application, and they put in an application based on their projections on what it's going to cost. So money is allocated for that project. And then once the final project application and the solicitation then happens and it's awarded, then you see whether or not you have enough money that you have applied for with the actual cost that comes in.
I think
so
I
when
think,
let me see if I can say it again. When the applicant sends in a proposal. You're
That would be
sending in
waste
a
management.
waste management. They
Right.
send in a proposal based on what their market research says that this is actually going to cost. You're not
Right.
applying for this amount of funds. Then once they go through the process and they get it approved, this amount of funds is allocated for that project. Then
Right.
the actual cost comes in when they go through the process of executing. When the actual cost comes in, then it should, based if their projections are good, fall into the amount that has been set aside for them. If it does not, then decisions will have to be made like, well, we're unable to do all convenience centers. You can only do, we have to do one less. But those are the types of decisions you have to make once the actual costs come in.
But you've already selected a contractor for the St. Croix centers. So if you've already done that, we know St. Croix is covered, but not St. Thomas.
Right.
So that's okay.
Yes.
That's what when he asked the question, that's what piqued my curiosity, because he was asking for a breakdown of both, but you've already selected St. Croix, so at some point you'll be soliciting for St. Thomas St. John.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of
Chair.
information.
Point of
Senator Carla
Yes,
Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow up on the question from the previous senator, because for the convenience centers, we see Mrs. Williams-Octalien, you have also identified Red Hook. That's the current location, because we had in this body had eliminated Red Hook as a convenience center. Have you been in conversation with Waste Management Authority to have an alternate site, to identify an alternate site?
Jamila?
All right. Hello, Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer. As far as we're concerned, we were told that we can move forward with Red Hook from the grantee.
Okay, so we may need to have a, this is in a state Nazareth by the ballpark?
Senator.
Yes? Okay. We will have to have a discussion on that, because we had done away with that being a site for a convenience center. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Sure, Senator Joseph. We will now, I want to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. He's present. So we'll come to you, Senator Fonseca, in a little bit. I'm now going to Senator Fredericks for you. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, everyone, listening and viewing audience, central staff, and my wonderful staff that's watching. My question is about WAPA. We're going to talk a little bit about WAPA. So there was a prudent replacement done, and $661 million funding that was done for WAPA Richmond to be replaced. My question is, there was some other funding that was given to WAPA directly too. Do you guys now get to reprogram some of this money?
So originally there was funding set aside in the E-grid for those generators through HUD. And 67 in the E-grid, yes, 67 million in the E-grid. That was part of what was going to be funded. And because the prudent replacement came through with FEMA, so that funding is going to be reallocated to other priorities. Right now, WAPA is finalizing their submittal to HFA so that they can amend the applications to address other needs within the plant.
So we're still going to add additional funding to them?
Yes. They still have additional infrastructure needs for the grid.
And these funding, there's no matching component, so they're just getting it for the total award.
FEMA is FEMA public assistance, so there is a match.
Yeah. There's a match on the FEMA?
Yes.
Okay.
There is for any reprogramming that's done with HUD, there's no match for HUD.
Okay. So my next question had to do with the CARES Act, the funds that we have, 2.8. You talked about it on page 2 of your testimony. Is there any relief that we could expect that our struggling consumers could get as a result?
What's your question, Senator? I'm sorry.
Okay.
1 minute.
In the
How about the
testimony,
CARES?
page 3, talked about the $2.8 million in CARES funding. So I was wondering, is anywhere we could add a credit or some type of relief to the ratepayers of WAPA as a result of that?
You talking about because of the $67 million that has to be reprogrammed or redirected?
Hey, some could come from that too. I'll take wherever you could get some from.
I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head, Senator, but I'll look into it.
I can add, though, that if any efficiencies that we have in a plant ultimately helps the ratepayers. So it helps them to keep the reliability and helps to bring the costs down because there's less dependency on the fuel. So that's the type of savings that can be passed on to ratepayers.
And the reason why I'm pushing that point
Time.
is because WAPA, if I may, Madam Chair, the ratepayers were promised a 30% reduction in their bills before we embarked on this liquid propane project. And so since we got stuck with a $200 million bill, it's only fair now that wherever we could find some relief for them, we give them a break.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Fredericks. I wanted to go back to the acquisition of Loveland, Bellevue, and Calabash, only to ask how many units is that in all? Do you know offhand that we purchased?
No, I don't know offhand, Chair. I apologize. I can get
Okay,
that
I need to get that
you.
information.
Yes.
Someone can perhaps send that to you. And since I'm not familiar, what's the difference between Loveland 1 and Loveland 2? Is that apartment buildings? Is that what that is?
Yes, it's a number of units in each one of them.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the properties, that's why. So it's a multi-unit building.
Right. It's phases. It's phases and how Loveland will construct it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to, well, before that, and this is for Mr. Jones, Director Jones, the amount of the grant, the disaster recovery is the CDBG-DR, 1.1 billion. And so I would subtract the 33 from that. No, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Let me go to the mitigation grant first. The mitigation grant is 774 million, right?
That's correct.
And then I would subtract the 33.9 for the acquisition, and would I subtract the 145 for the propane acquisition also from that?
No.
No, that doesn't come from that. What about the 124.4 for public works?
That's correct.
So
Yes.
that would also come.
Yes.
So what else comes out of that? Do I then go to, no, the DR is different from the mitigation.
The
So
Veterans Drive, that comes out of it, the
Veterans?
197 million.
124.4 million, right?
Yes.
So you still have a good chunk of money left.
Yes, we do.
All right.
And I can give you the breakdown of the rest of the money that's been out, that's been earmarked for.
Okay. That's exactly what I need. And then on the disaster, the CDBG-DR grant, the same thing too. I'd like to get a breakdown of those, please. And now I will go to Senator Bolquez. Point of Senator Vielle. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you're talking about the mitigation grant, I'm seeing the Veteran Drive Mitigation Improvement Project Phase 2. That's where the 124.4 million going?
Yes.
Exactly what is the Phase 2 Veteran Drive project?
It's a continuation of the second half of the Veterans Boulevard. I don't have the details in front of you, but phase 1 has already been done.
Okay, I thought that's what it was. So the cost of the project is 124 or more than 124? And the reason why I'm asking is that I just saw out of the Senate shortly before Christmas passed Garvey monies in the amount of $48 million for the Veteran Drive project. So it's 124 plus 48?
124.4 from what they submitted to us. Now, I could be lower than that or it could be higher than that.
No, I want to know the 48. Was a 124 enough to complete the complete project? No.
No,
Adrienne?
it's not. It's not enough. So the DR fund is just a portion of the funding. The mitigation dollars is a part of the overall funding. So the Garvey bands are necessary in order to complete the entire project.
So $172 million for that program in the Garvey fund, and I think St. Croix get about $20 million out of all the Garvey's money. I just wanted to put that because when it came before the legislature for the Garvey band, they spoke about the completion of Veteran Drive. And then they said, well, we'll have X amount left for St. Croix. St. Croix got like 28 million. But it never said that this 48 million is in addition to 124 million that was already passed. And I want the Veteran Drive project to happen, but sometimes it does need a little parity for St. Croix, because we're talking almost $200 million to a project and limited monies from the Garvey band in terms of roads for the Island District of St. Croix.
So let me correct something I said. The total cost is $197 million. HFA is paying $124 million, and that's for DPW.
Okay, so the total cost of the project is 197.
That's correct.
Okay, so along with the 124, I think they got a next 20-something million dollar grant from the federal government. What was the name of that grant?
Grace grant.
Grace. So, and that's the one they spoke about on the floor. But I don't think they spoke about the 124 on the floor. So now we have the rest of the story. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Senator Boquez, your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Octalien, we know that the federal match reduction from 10 to 2% with the Biden administration took place. Is that a fixed, locked-in 2%, or do you foresee any specific changes, being with what's going on the national level, if that's going to go up for whatever reason?
So the stipulations that we have is that we need to complete the projects by 2035, or else it will go up for back to a 95% cost share. That is the only thing that we have in writing right now, and that's the premise on which we're proceeding.
Okay, 2035 is the hard date, and we got to try to complete as much projects, if not all, by that time frame, or we're going to see an increase. So it's fixed in until then. Noted. You highlighted supply chain constraints in these major disaster recovery projects, and given that St. John has a reliance on barges to transport materials, I'm concerned about project costs and shipping bottlenecks, so to speak. We have Myra Keaton, the Castro, the fire station, human services, multi-purpose building, sports parks and recreation center, the VIPD station for retrofitting with federal funds, Sproul School, and of course the DPNR building and St. John. And about that same DPNR building, we have a lot of permits that need to be approved on the island of St. John for building. And we always have to have an officer either come over from St. Thomas to approve those permits. So I know that the DPNR office building on St. Thomas is expected to be completed in August 2025. Are there any plans for equivalent government office facility on St. John? And will those residents be able to access that office sooner than later? Because I'm aware of the individual working in the St. John Library. I know the commissioner for DPNR is not here, but you may be aware of something in that nature for the DPNR retrofitting of the building right next to the the construction of the building right next to the library. Do you have any information on that?
No, Senator, I don't have enough to speak confidently and respond to that question.
Okay, very well. It is a concern of mine, and I plan to keep on top of that. Can you provide an update on any audits conducted on any disaster recovery funds, and have any irregularities been found, or are there any reviews that are affecting the pace of the recovery projects? And what has been the feedback or the oversight from the federal government in that aspect?
Senator, we have had numerous reviews by the federal agencies. On the FEMA side, FEMA has implemented what you call VAGO, validate as you go. We've been successfully addressing any concerns or questions, even within our single audit. So there are no findings for any audits that has impacted our ability to access funds. We have a review coming up next month that we expect to continue the stellar performance that we have to date.
Are you able to forward any of those past reviews through the chair to this committee?
Yes, any documentation that we have, we can share.
Okay, very well. I look forward to receiving that. And Director Octalien, I know that you have a very big job to do, and I commend you for all of the efforts that you've done thus far with disaster recovery projects throughout the territory. But as I've mentioned earlier during my line of questioning, I am particularly concerned about the progress on the island of St. John, and I will continue to hammer down on that as much as possible. Of course, we're here to work with you, but we have our job to do as well. So continue to do what you do, and we'll continue to do what we have to do and work as one government. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you asked a question before, Senator Bulkes, in terms of how many units. It's 312 units. Phase 1 is Loveland 1, which consists of 99 units. Bellevue in St. John, 72 units, and Calabash Boom, it's 48 units. And Phase 2 is Loveland 2, which is 96 units, which equals 312 units. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Blyden really is the housing czar. Right, that's true. Senator Blyden, thank you so much for that information. CNC, that's collaboration, right? Senator, let me ask this question. The total obligations by year, Senator DeGraff pointed that out. We start in 2019 on a nice little graph, and then it has all these circles. Total obligated by 2019, $3 billion, right? Remember at the beginning. I just wanted to know, as we move forward all the way to 23.7 billion, what was happening? You were submitting additional projects, or you were providing information, just so the public can understand. Because people hear 3 billion, and now we got 23.7 billion. Well, what happened? How did that happen?
Through a lot of hard work, providing FEMA and all of the HUD and all the federal agencies with a lot of information in order to get these projects obligated. What happens is that we have to put in an application for the funds. The federal agency reviews and make sure that it's in line with whatever is eligible before they say, okay, we're going to give you those funds. We also had a lot of things that we've done, the Bipartisan Budget Act, that allowed us to build back to industry standards, that we had to go back and forth to develop those industry standards, which allowed us to get projects replaced rather than just repaired. And you see the numbers.
Yeah, I want to stop you to say that, because I think most people don't understand that also was big, that it wasn't just repair anymore, it was replace. So that needs to be emphasized.
Yes, that was those. When you see, we started to make some really good strides as we moved down. We had a summit with the FEMA director came down and we hammered out a lot of issues that allowed to free up the money. So when people say that we had all this money all the time, we did not have the money. We had to fight to get the money. And now you can see exactly where the money started to come in. The real money for hospital and schools started to come in last year, 2024.
Yeah, I noticed that. Thank you for that explanation. Senator Clifford Joseph, your 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon again to the listening public. Good afternoon to the testifiers again, and good afternoon to my colleagues. And to you, Ms. Williams-Octalien, what is exactly the Commercial Electrical Innovation Project?
You
have a Commercial Electrical Innovation Project.
Where
It's supposed to be able to help small business owners, mom and pop operations.
I'm not sure exactly where, unless it's on an economic revitalization, where you probably need to give me a little bit more context.
Okay, good. Well, okay, for now, how are you reaching out to the people where they are to advise them of the emergency assistance programs that are available?
We've been sending out information on our website, also on social media sites, and we're about to do some town hall meetings on the territory to get out the information.
So no radio advertisements?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, please ramp up that public education campaign. There are too many Virgin Islanders who are unaware of the help that's here for them.
I agree.
Are you meeting with the local banks and mortgage companies to let them know that your options are available?
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, well, that's commendable, and I don't think, well, thank you guys for coming out today, and we'll continue for sure. Consider meeting with them lending providers and landlords and make process as seamless as possible. That'll be good for us. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you, Senator Joseph. I'm following up on what Senator Joseph was asking about. Didn't you at one time have a contract with a company to do like case work, like a case? I'm going back in my mind.
We still
can you
do.
help me out with that?
We still do. I'm not sure who we contract with, but we do have someone that does casework.
Casework,
yes.
Right? In which one of these programs? In the ER, in the ERAP, or the?
And really in both programs.
In both.
Yes.
So that company would be doing that. Wouldn't they be doing that? Well, no, not necessarily. They're working directly with each resident.
That's correct.
But then you still have some money to spend, like 23 minus 14.5. What does it mean that you disburse 1.4 million for eviction prevention services? What does that mean?
So when someone's trying to, when the landlord is trying to evict them for non-payment or rent or whatever the situation may be, we have funding in which we can mitigate that and get them to stay in place.
But the person has
based on the requirements of the program, they have to qualify. But yes.
Would that be both private and public landlords, or is it just private landlords?
It's really it's private landlords.
Private landlord, okay, and then you gave 1.9 million to DHS for low-income water and energy assistance programs. So is that like payment of utilities?
Yes.
That's what that is?
Right, and one of the senators asked if we can up that number. So we will talk to the director on that one, on the Department of Human Services.
You still have like $5 million or maybe $6 million to spend by September.
Yes.
You think?
And we're going to spend it by September.
Oh, okay. Okay then. I'm happy to hear that. We'll be back in September. Before then, we'll be back before then, but I'm glad you said that. Senator Lewis, your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams-Octalien, or even Mr. Jones. Is there any room of any of these projects, or even the CDBG-DR programs, to accommodate for residential spaces for individuals that have behavioral health problems, behavioral health patients? Behavioral health patients? Sorry about that.
All the DR funds have been allocated to specific projects, so I think any open opportunities will have to be through MIT.
Okay. I'll call you about that offline. Ms. Williams-Octalien, as it pertains to the Eneba Library, I see some gutting have been begun. Do you have an end date for that?
Yes, Senator, November of this year.
What about the Peterson Library in St. Croix?
The end of this year.
Science Farm Great House.
They have a...
Say it again.
Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for Office of Disaster Recovery. Science Farm Great House is expected to commence the end of this month.
Excuse me, Senator, we have opportunities to provide some MIT dollars for behavioral health.
All right, I'll reach out to your office so we could discuss that a little further. Ms. Octalien, Williams-Octalien, sorry. Do you have any information as it pertains to the Richmond Head Start in St. Croix? I know that building also houses our senior centers, some of our senior centers, I think. That's what I got from a constituent just asking to be publicly known.
So the Richmond Senior Center, we had some additional work that we wanted to get approved by the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Graciela, you want to provide an update?
Yes, good afternoon. Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer. So yes, we have those with the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We did finalize the design, but we did need to capture some more work on the senior center. We're currently with FEMA getting some additional funding so that we can proceed with that project.
All right, Madam Chair, I have one last question, if I may. Ms. Williams-Octalien, you didn't ask this you didn't say this in your testimony, but I'd also like to inquire. I know earlier last year, sometime we was made to understood that Waste Management received some monies to replace all their underground infrastructure in the area of St. Croix.
Yes.
I think $1 billion. How does that look for the island of St. Thomas and St. John?
So the Waste Management wastewater replacement lines are going to be included in all of the bundles. In the testimony, I outlined the horizontal bundles and the schedule for the horizontal bundles. They are included. The wastewater work is included in those bundles because we wanted to employ the one dig approach.
That was dedicated for St. Croix, right?
Both.
But I'm asking, how does that look for the replacement? How, we have it on the horizon. Do you think anything's prosperous for the St. Thomas St. John district as it pertains to the underground infrastructure for waste management?
St. Thomas is scheduled to be put out to bid in May.
So they have $1 billion already?
Yes, all of the work is obligated. All of the wastewater, the potable water, undergrounding, all those major infrastructure projects have already been obligated. So we're now at the point where we're putting the bundles together so that we can put them out to bid.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for your flexibility and a wonderful session today. And I thank the testifiers for their responses, and I'll be following up with them sooner rather than later. Thank you very much. Have a great day for everyone.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Blayden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It refers back to your line of questioning in respect to the CDBG fund to assist individuals from being evicted, and Director Jones spoke to also to include mental health facilities. Director Jones, does that include funds allocated to legal services to assist individuals from being homeless?
Yes, it can be.
No, I know there were some funds awarded to legal services. If those are those funds part of the funds that goes to legal services to prevent homelessness in terms of representing individuals?
Yes, it is, Senator.
From being home?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information.
Point of information. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Jones, question, okay, on page 3 of your testimony, the commercial electrical innovation project schedule, it says it's here on page 3 to the top. Could you enlighten the community on what's this project?
Which one, Senator?
The first paragraph on
The
page
electric
3.
grid grant?
Yeah, right on to the bottom. The commercial electrical innovation project.
The last line in the first
see it.
paragraph, yeah.
So commercial electrical innovation program. Not off the top of my head, I know it's scheduled to launch on March 2025. It must have to do with some type of innovative process to about energy conservation. But I'll give you some more information on it.
Thank you. I just want to make sure if it was something to help out small businesses as far as the utilities as well, the cost of power.
It's actually for solar panels.
Okay, but is this going out to the mom and pop shops or what's the? Well, I'll wait your information. Thank you for answering.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I know I've said this ad nauseum, but time is not our friend here. And certainly we have to take night and make day as we continue to move these projects on. I wanted to ask you, Director Williams-Octalien, in respect to the solicitation that's going on for Herbert Gregg, what is the end game here? What is it that we're trying to do with Herbert Gregg?
So the Herbert Gregg site has funding for us to actually bring it up to industry standards. So that is going to be put out later this year. Initially, we looked at putting out the St. Thomas and the St. Croix facilities together, seeing that we could get one entity that may provide us with similar designs. Given the flow and the schedule, we thought it best, and one site is further ahead in design than the others, so we abandoned that. So the Herbert Gregg will put out later this year.
Okay, when we talk about industry standard, I mean, we have something that we're working towards. Are we utilizing a model or something? How are we arriving at what we want to see the outcome to be?
So the industry standards, whoever are architects, we make sure that whatever is the regulatory requirement as a standard for building facilities for the age, that's employed and incorporated in any of the designs.
Okay. Also, what is the scoping for the Alfredo Andrews, Henderson, Claudio Marco, and I think Larson School? I saw that there was some specific mention. Those are all active school except for Henderson School. What is it that we intend to achieve there? So
there's some preliminary designs that's put out when we put the bid out. Then after that, we're looking at a contractor that can carry out the functions of those schools all simultaneously. You know, those 3 schools had similar design.
Characteristics, they were all
right,
the same.
so that's why we put those, that's why the Department of Education proposed to have those together, as well as other schools that are critical. These are the ones that either are not going to be put back online, or these are the schools that are now going to be the K through 8, and as for the population that they have.
So there's a scoping that we got from Department of Education or something to be able to determine what we want to do here.
Yes, so we don't move without collaborating with the Department of Education. They tell us what they want and need, and then they're a part of all the designing and the scoping and the requirements of the curriculum that comes all from them. They're an active part of the process.
Of the 135 projects that you have earmarked, is there any priority of the priorities? Because I would imagine all of a priority, right? So do we have a priority of the priorities?
Yes, so these are the priorities. I have on my wall in my office, there's 66 projects that we are pushing. These are the ones that are have been either critical for the territory or the demand, or those that have the most interest. And then we push those moving forward, and then see if there are any other synergies that can help to get more projects done faster. Those are the ones that we try to push through.
Can I ask you to share this 66 with us?
Yes, I could give you a poster you could put in your office.
I love it. Thank you. Madam Chair, if I could just finalize one quick question.
Yes, you may.
First of all, I want to say that I believe that our senior homes should be a priority. I mean, what we're seeing, what we're up against right now, I think that that should be priority of the priority. But I wanted to conclude by asking HFA, what is the status of our emergency homes? We have the Campo Rico site as well as Profit. What's happening with our emergency homes? I think every single day we see where there are episodes of fallout where individuals are in need of, and we are forcing people into homelessness. What is being done to it, as well as the Krongada Inn facility, what is being done to address our emergency home situation?
Well, the emergency units that we have right now are filled, and we're trying to relocate those individuals. So as you're saying, to prevent homelessness, we're trying to get them back into this unit. We're negotiating with the residents there currently right now. It's been a tough way to go because we're not evicting anyone from the current process right now. But how can we find a place for them to relocate so we can start putting in those who are less fortunate, the homeless population and other individuals in those units right now? I can give you an updated report about that, but that's critical right now, and it's very, very, it's serious, and we're putting a lot of effort into that, but we're holding each one's hand, trying to get them to look at something else in the territory. And as you know, that's a hard way to go because of the supply of units here and the accommodations of what they need, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, or 3 bedrooms, and we're just trying to make those accommodations.
Thank you. Obviously, we'll have to have further discussion in that regards. We also gave you a building in Hill Street, Christiansted. I'm going to wrap up right here, recently. And there was a promise for us to be able to do a feasibility study and how we intend to utilize it. I'm hoping that at the housing meeting that you'll be able to have some path forward of how we intend to utilize it.
It'll be on my agenda.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you, Senator Francis. Thank you. The water at Henderson, is that being used in the Envision program?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll just start to see it go down and go down? The lumber.
The lumber.
The lumber. You want me to use the word wood? Okay, the lumber. Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator VLA, you're 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't even find what I was looking for. Mr. Jones, you had a number for Mount Pleasant with home ownership. It was you that had it, or was it in Ms. Williams? Okay.
That was in my, but that is their project.
Exactly what is that for in terms of home ownership at Mount Pleasant? Okay, well...
Let me get my staff member to respond to that.
Okay, no problem.
Nicole Johnson.
How much of these funds, Ms. Williams, tied to FEMA oversight? Percentage. Give me a percentage.
They
did 23 point whatever
23 billion, or say 80%?
80%. Okay, I'm kind of worried about that in terms of what is going on nationally and the discussion in reference to FEMA. And my big worry is if there's some substantive changes that are made as to whether or not it's going to slow down our process because you no longer have bodies in place to make decisions. So well, whatever we could get done now, like we need to push like extremely hard to get it done because we don't know what the future holds. And it's 23.x billion, but it's there, but it's going to depend on us to be able to get those drawdowns and individuals doing oversight and all of that taking place. So I hope that we get it done. Just quickly, and you ain't got to, nobody's at WIM working, okay? Nobody has been at WIM ballpark for a long time, for probably like 8 or 9 months.
They started back though.
They're not there today. Well, they take a little
there
break
today?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to call the contractor.
Just an aside, because WIM is small, right?
Don't worry about it.
But you can't start these small projects that should take 2-3 months, and you start, you fence it off, and then it's closed for over a year. I tried to run a summer program at WIM last year. Summer was closed. The summer before it's been like almost 2 years. WIM ballpark has been closed for simple fix.
1 minute.
You want me to tell you why?
Frederick said I've no sporting facility.
Environmental. We had to demolish the dugout, and it had to go back to FEMA, and we had to wait till FEMA approve it to be able to demolish at the dugout.
A little dugout.
A little dugout. That,
okay.
Yeah.
Because a young lady just came so she can put her name on the record. And
So to answer your question, there's 15 turnkey homes in Mount Pleasant that we're using for home ownership.
Okay, it answers but don't answers. The additional monies that was spoken to in reference to the grant, what are those monies for? To build 15 homes?
To purchase and to provide
but this in your development?
A grant.
Okay, 1 minute. Isn't this Housing Finance Authority development? Is the Mount Pleasant site where you're building homes for home ownership?
For home ownership.
Okay, so what are you purchasing?
What do you mean, what are we purchasing, Senator?
What is let me find out. What's the amount, Ms. Williams?
There's
time
18.6 million that has been set aside in the DR funds for Mount Pleasant and for Fortuna and St. Thomas.
Okay,
so we're building. So we're building.
So the 18.6 is going to be utilized for building?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you'll be able to pass on a lower price to middle-income individuals? Or
to the affordable constituents on the territory. So it's not moderate, it's going to be affordable. Not low income, it's affordable.
Okay. Do we have within any of the two entities any plans for middle-income housing? It seems like when you become a teacher or a nurse or a professional, that there's never any options for you. So there's options for low, there's options for moderate, and the high can afford it. But the middle, move into America in order to get a home. What are the options that we are trying to provide for middle-income, first-time home buyers?
So the income limits have been increased that now accommodates moderate income families. So you would have over 100, and if you look at the income limits now, it's over $100,000 for family income. So that's the attempt to ensure that we include moderate income families. The Housing Finance Authority for these programs has used the St. John income limits. So that's how we're capturing moderate income. So the teachers, the police officers can actually be assisted.
Tell me the limit, the exact, some of the limit.
So we're proposing an example. We're proposing is Thatch Farms over there by the airport. So we're looking at that as workforce housing, get it to low to moderate income. That's one of the first examples that we're using over in St. Thomas.
Okay, but I'm asking, tell me what's the income level now? What has it been changed to?
Income levels for St. Thomas?
I'll get it.
You got it? Okay. Because I don't know off the top of my head.
If a teacher married to a nurse, that income is like $125,000. So I'm trying to get as to whether or not these levels think about intact families, or is it that you have to be a single person and say that you don't have a husband or a wife in order to qualify, in order to get a home?
Got
it. I just overall, I mean, thank you for your leadership. We got to develop some programs for middle income, where middle income individuals are able to acquire homes. If we don't, it doesn't make a difference what we do with salaries. They're going to leave because they want home ownership. We have to be able to provide home ownership for young Virgin Islanders. And I know we had given the Housing Finance Authority $4 million that have been sitting in a nice account for like 4 or 5 years for first-time home buyers. You know, middle income. You know what interest you have on that $4 million? Because you ain't used none of the money yet. You know how much interest you have accrued?
No, I don't. No, off the top of my head.
And that was just
Do know is another development that we're getting ready to do for
Okay.
low to moderate income. So that's coming around the corner pretty soon. We hope to close.
Hold
on
up one
Do Know.
second. Do you
Okay.
plan to use the $4 million for first-time middle-income home buyers? Do you plan to use that money, so we need to redesign the program?
No, we're planning on using that money.
Timetable?
Probably between March and September.
I'll hold you to it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of information, Senator Fredericks.
We were talking about moderate income homes. As an insurance broker, I could attest that we value property based on the replacement value of these homes. So the higher cost of goods, the higher the cost of material and labor, the insurance cost is going to be exponentially higher. So although we're getting them in these homes, are they going to be able to maintain these homes given the fact now the insurance is going to be so high?
No, the problem right now is we can't get them in the homes because the insurance is too high.
There you go.
That's the big problem right now.
So we're going back in that loop again. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking you from a text that I received, because I'm not as familiar as I would like to be, but does Liberty Place Inc. and the $1.9 million under the Department of Housing and Urban Development Economic Development Initiative account for community tiny homes, community first tiny homes project, where the plan was that they would build 25 tiny homes for people who needed to be in that setting. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not aware of that. On tiny homes.
Anyone familiar with it?
Oh, you can? Hold on.
Oh, you are?
Go ahead and introduce
Okay,
yourself.
great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Currently, we are in process of a negotiation, for a sale of the property for use by Liberty Place for those tiny homes that you speak of.
Slow down again. Say that one more time.
We're currently in negotiations for a sale for the property for those tiny homes with Liberty Place that you speak of.
You're in negotiation with. Is that the property at Villa Morales?
Correct.
So when you say you're in negotiation with Liberty Place for the
sale of that property to Liberty Place, that is correct.
Oh, for the sale of the property to
Liberty Place, that is correct.
Okay, and then Liberty Place then would put the tiny homes on that acreage.
That is correct. That's a part of their proposal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for providing that. Okay. Senator Viale. No, did I call you already? Senator Viale? Your 3 minutes?
Come on, you called me already.
I did.
We have the income
That was-
limits, though, if you're still interested.
Senator DeGraff. Sorry about that, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Senator DeGraff. Someone has you have some information for me with regard to the community? The income limits?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the income limits we have for one person household, 96,000 at 120% income limit, $96,850,000, and then for one person, two persons, 110,700. 3 persons, 124,550. 4 persons, 138,350. 5 persons, 149,450. 6 persons, 160,500. 7 persons, 171,600. 8 persons, 182,650. So for a household that consists of a family of 5 with 3 minors and 2 adults, they would use that 5-person threshold of 149,000 for that household.
Recognize me. Thank you.
Senator Viale.
And these amounts are the applicable figures for Mount Pleasant housing.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And you're going to get that out to the public how?
On our social media, and also when I go out there and do town hall meetings. And as the senator suggested, the radio.
Okay, because we want to make sure that the additional monies that you have, how many homes will that build?
15 in Mount Pleasant.
That's like $1 million a home.
As I stated before, that's what it's costing us, close to $1 million to build these homes.
For the Mount Pleasant homes? No.
But, excuse me?
No.
It's for Fortuna and Mount Pleasant.
Both, and it's 15 on each island? 15 million total, 15 homes on each island, or 15 total homes?
On each development, on Fortuna and Mount Pleasant.
And
I'll make sure that's correct.
And what's the cost of, what would be the sales price? Okay, go ahead.
No, the 15 million is for emergency housing projects. The set aside is 18.6 million for both Mount Pleasant and Fortuna. So you can give the
I don't know what the per unit price is off the top of my head.
One of the things with this program, I think even VI Slice, is that when someone sits and calculates, they cannot afford. You know, when we say affordable housing, it's what can I afford, right? Making $149,000 for two people, what would that mortgage look like? And that's one of the things that I don't think people can afford a $500,000 house if I'm making $149,000. It doesn't, that mortgage, the mortgage plus the insurance and the property taxes.
But we do have down payment assistance up to between 65, at least up to $65,000.
Down payment assistance of 65. Okay.
Which is a
of
grant.
65,000 up
So
to.
right now in our queue, we have about 11 people right now that fit that background that can move into a home if we can identify one that they can move into. And so that's what's being done right now.
If you said that you have 11 people who in this income bracket.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the cost of the house that they're purchasing?
We don't know because we haven't built them yet. What you're talking about, Mount Pleasant?
Yeah.
We haven't built them yet. We have an estimate, but we don't know if that estimate is going to be true and form. And I don't have that information off the top
Do you know
of my
what
head.
the cost is to build a house on St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John? You know the square footage cost per square foot. Do you know?
We're looking at about 1,200 square foot.
It's going to be about 1,200 square feet.
And we're trying to get these homes built between 300 and 325 per square foot.
Per square foot?
Yes.
300 to 325. Okay, okay.
Right.
We're gonna discuss this some more in the housing committee meeting. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Jones, do you have any programs that would assist families who have abandoned properties? There's so many abandoned properties around the territory that families don't have monies to refurbish them or get them going. Are there any programs to assist those individuals?
No, not off the top of my head, Senator.
Okay, I need to check into that. Now, the Savannah neighborhood project that is presently being worked on, what's the latest update status on that? I see movement, but I'd like to know completion date and any updates. Director Jones? Savannah, the best neighborhood in the world, down behind the Market Square in St. Thomas. You're not aware of it?
I'm aware of it, but
What? Madam Chair, hold my time. Okay, the basketball court project, sir. If you're not aware, I'll get back with you on that.
I know what you're talking about. That should be done within a matter of a couple of weeks, I hope. But yes, that should be grandfathered real soon. The basketball court, right?
I'll check with you on that because I feel offended. Director Williams-Octalien, in regards to when we talk about getting a workforce, I know St. Croix had an area where they designated by the
refinery.
By the refinery where they consider a man camp. Is there any site on St. Thomas, St. John area determined for that kind of terminology, a man camp, or where individuals would be able to set up to be a part of this workforce?
Good question, Senator. We are currently assessing some government-owned property that we can utilize for workforce housing. We're trying to put together a list and also do the due diligence for any environmental concerns so we can get the approval. But that's in process, and I will be happy to provide updates as we determine those locations.
Sure, that'd be fine if you could do it through the chair. And in closing, for me, Director Octalien, your staff was one size prior to getting these additional programs. What is the status of your staff? And your staff been doing great work. I have no doubt about that. But adding these other programs and giving you all of this additional assignments, what is the status of your staff? Do you need it ramped up, or what is that? Because I think that's key to getting all of these things moved.
Yes, Senator. The CDBG-DR programs came with staff. We still had to augment that staff, and the Super PMO, we're in a constant stage of looking for talent and hiring to carry this out. We still need more people.
Okay, what type of numbers you need in terms of staff to get those projects going?
I think for right now, we have about 10 positions that we want to fill. That includes construction, associate director for construction. That's a critical position. Permitting person to help to navigate all of these permits so we could avoid issues. We need project folks. And what else we need? Yes, financial support, and again, people to support the project management. Those are the key areas. Financial people also, very critical.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted mainly for you to put it out because I know, like I say, you have a yeoman's job ahead of you. You've been doing great work, but I know to stress your staff, I don't want them to break. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Graff. I was going there actually by asking you, I was right on that page. You have here support of CH2M Hill / Jacob Solution Inc. What do they do? Are they still involved, or were they just involved in setting up the office?
Oh, no. They are involved. They're providing a lot of the program management for the Super PMO, the architects, engineers, project leads. Yeah, they're the ones that are supposed to help to augment our local staff in terms of having this higher level of expertise.
Yeah, are they remote or local?
Well, for both, some will be on site, but for the functions that we don't actually need people to be on the ground, and they provide support remotely.
Senator Carla Joseph, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I didn't say it earlier, but I want to really commend ODR, as well as the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for the work that you've been doing. We have seen some speed under the both of your leadership and your team. And so I really want to commend you because I know working with federal monies is very complex and you have to meet timelines. So I really appreciate it, especially when we look at the Envision program. Now, Ms. Williams-Octalien, I noted in your testimony, I didn't see any clear indication of any monies that is allocated from your public assistance for road paving. How much money do you have allocated from that and that FEMA has awarded by Island District? Do you have a number for us?
About $1 billion in each district that will help for unified paving.
How much is in St. Croix District and St. Thomas District?
We have about $1 billion in each district for the unified paving program.
$1 billion in each district.
Yeah,
so
$2
territory,
billion.
we have a little over $2 billion, you would say?
I would say up to $2 billion. And that, of course, there's the replacement of all of these wastewater, potable water, all of those lines comes with drainage improvements. It also comes with repaving the roads. So, you know, right now they pave and they dig it up and then patch it back together. We have lobbied successfully to FEMA to allow us to give us a total funding amount to be able to repave the roads once we do all of these utility work.
Okay, so that's good because, I mean, I saw in my research that I didn't see anything for St. Thomas, but I did note for St. Croix that FEMA has obligated about $1.75 billion in consolidated St. Croix island-wide paving, and I thought that was a great achievement by you and your team and working with FEMA. Now, I wanted to ask a question just to follow up on my previous questions in my first round. Under these bundle projects, I'm going back there again. Kindly indicate for us the timeline that Suffolk CBNA has to complete the design or pre-construction work. What is for this $38.1 million they're receiving? What is their time frame to conclude that? Because you should have a project schedule and with deliverables, clear deliverables. I know you would have that, Ms. Octalien. We come from the same Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
6 months for the design work. And then
6 months.
Yes.
Begin when? When was the start date?
Okay, so we have.
Recognize the mic of Mr. Nicholas,
Madam
please.
Chair, can you hold my time?
Good afternoon.
Oh, your time already elapsed, but we're
sorry, I
no,
didn't hear it. Please.
we're good. You're good, Senator Joseph. We're gonna let Ms. Nicholas. We just need her mic to be recognized.
Good afternoon, Tawana Nicholas. Senator, it is 12 months for pre-construction services for all 6 projects.
Okay, fantastic. And that 12 months end in what date? And you have a project schedule, correct?
Correct, Senator. We started yesterday, so it'd be 1 year from yesterday.
Okay, good. I needed to get a date. Now, Madam Chair, I know I had a
go right
question.
ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I'm going somewhere. I need to be able to hold people accountable. Now, what about this other awarded contract for Consigli and Benton? When did that begin?
Consigli Benton was just awarded. We got approval from the board to move forward to contract with the company. So we expect that it'll take us another, 2 to 3 weeks to finalize and give a notice to proceed.
Okay, so you haven't given it a notice of proceed, but the other company has the notice to proceed. Madam Chair, I just have one wrap up, if I can proceed with that.
Sure,
Kindly?
Senator.
Okay.
Senator.
Thank you. Now, for the evaluations, when do you plan to end the evaluations for St. Croix North Central Horizontal? And when do you plan to end the evaluation for Morris D. F. DeCastro, Myra Keaton, Smith? These are very critical items because it deals with our health, and of course, the Julius E. Sproul Pre-K 12, because you're looking at bids, I gather, and you're evaluating them. When do you anticipate you would announce?
March. The decision recommendation is expected from the committee in March.
March of this year, 2025.
Yes.
Okay. I want to close with something very key. Both you, Ms. Williams-Octalien, and Mr. Jones, you are walking a very thin line, because when you come before us, you have to put numbers, and when I'm saying numbers, figures. And we have to be very careful when we're asking questions, and because when we ask questions about bid and stuff like that, it gives an advantage to those contractors, and they're listening into what we're saying. So I think we can't control our senators, but maybe you and Mr. Jones, you can try to help us control each other, and so that we are getting the best price for the work. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I agree, but I really think that both testifiers do not disclose any even the engineer, the finance. I think they understand the rules. But thank you for providing that word of caution to them. Senator Fonseca, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. But next time, Senator Fonseca, come a little earlier, but only because it's you, you know. Go ahead,
Yes,
go right
thank
ahead.
you. Yes, I had to visit Myra Keaton today, and thank you so kindly. My first question, I want to congratulate Mr. Jones, Director Jones. I can see the difference that's coming out of housing finance. And Adrienne, of course, I have to congratulate you, Ms. Octalien Williams, is progress. Williams-Octalien. Okay, so, numbers are so important to me, right? Because I'm the type of person, I can just deal with numbers all day and in the night. So yesterday we received testimony. Finance Chair Norvell Francis was sitting in that seat. And you mentioned that there was $144 million, because you were here, you're part of the financial team, was expended generating $7.2 million in gross receipt taxes year to date. And that's good. That's 5% of it. Also on page 13 of the financial team yesterday, they mentioned here on page 13 that $23.9 billion in recovery are available. Now, on page 2 of your testimony today, you're saying $23.7 billion. 23.9 billion means 23.9 billion. 23.7 means 23.7 billion. So between yesterday and today, the number is a difference of $200 million. You see, when we're looking at the numbers, we must have accurate numbers. There's a difference of $200 million, and you are the same person that's presenting this information. So let me ask you, which of these numbers is correct? Is it 23.9 billion or 23.7 billion? Because the finance team yesterday on page, finance team yesterday told Senator Norvell Francis is 23.9 billion on page 13. And you were here. So which of the two numbers is it?
$23.7 billion, Senator. This is my testimony today. Is 23.7 is the number that you can use.
Okay, thank you very much. Because, you know, $200 million at 4% interest generates $9 million a year. And like we said, we use that number for gross receipts. The difference of that $200 million in gross receipts is $10 million. You see, we got a responsibility to balance the budget, and we must have accurate information. So you mentioned earlier about the accountants and thing. I think you need to look closely at having accountants because it's very, very, very important. Okay, so I want to follow up on what Senator Carla Joseph, had just said earlier, because the Myra Keaton was bid and it's under evaluation, right? I'm just coming from the Myra Keaton facility on St. John. You know, those buildings have been occupied since 2016 and they had mold in the Myra Keaton. I just found out they had mold. So this means that that Myra Keaton facility has to be a priority to get that clinic rebuilt. So what is the date to finish that exactly and to start the construction for Myra Keaton?
Senator, it's the bid is under evaluation. It's with the evaluation committee. We expect to get the committee's recommendation in March. So it is a priority. It is already out to bid. We have the bids. We received the bids, and the bids are being evaluated.
Okay, so I want to go back to numbers again, right? Because of the $3.8 billion you have expended, using your numbers of today of $23.7 billion, that means that we still have $19.9 billion that's unexpended, which means that 84% of the money, even though you're saying that 100% is obligated, 84% is unexpended. So I'm not criticizing you, but I'm just letting you know that we have to do better. We have to improve the pace of getting these money expended now, even though you're saying that they're obligated. We have to improve the pace of expended. One further question. I don't know if my time was called, Madam Chair. The Wang Louis contract. Is the Wang Louis... I didn't hear you.
Go ahead with that question, Senator Fonseca.
So Wang Louis contract, I'm getting mixed signals. Was Wang Louis ever bidded and it was taken out of a contract in the negotiation phase, or it was never bidded, the demo and the construction? When I say bid, I mean a responsible bidder.
Okay, Senator, I want to refer you to page 7 on the testimony that highlights the fact that the solicitation for the reconstruction of Wang F. Louis, it was bid in a bundle, and then we got one bidder. The recommendation for the committee was not to move forward with that one bid. It was rebid, and we have no bids. We received no bids. We are resoliciting this facility by the end of March. So it should be going back out to bid.
Thank you. Thank you for the leniency, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Fonseca. Just one question I have. Is there any movement on the visa program that would assist us with getting workers into the territory?
We're lobbying very hard. The atmosphere for visas is not one where it is as so we're still lobbying to just make sure that we can sensitize to the unique situation that we have here in the territory.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask you I'm going to give you 30 seconds to end if you want to add anything. But I want to thank you for being here today. This $23.7 billion is important to us as a territory. And so I think this committee probably will be meeting a little more often than normal because everything is urgent, even based on your testimony. And one of the things that I'm going to do with this committee is something a little different, which is we're going to really try to gather as much information from you over the next month or so, including the information we're going to be requesting, and ask you to provide so that when we meet again, you know, we can in fact try to assist in any way we can as a legislature. Okay, so because we have to address this housing crisis for our people, and we have to make sure that we get the projects done so that money can circulate in the economy. So Ms. Jones, I'm going to ask you, Executive Director Eugene Jones, for your final words.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to have this testimony. We know we have a lot of information to share. We know we have a lot of information that we need to provide to give you knowledge, and so that you understand what's going on in the territory. We are working together with our colleagues, trying to put the best opportunity to home everyone on this territory, and that's the bottom goal, and to keep people in place, not to have people evicted or not have people just because they can't afford it again, that they have nowhere else to go. There's got to be some hope, and we got to make sure that we give them hope. I want to thank my wonderful staff. We're doing great things together. You're going to see a lot of ribbon cutting ceremonies this year, but homes, opportunities, and great staff who are doing some great things. I just want to say thank you, and I commend you, your committee, and I can't wait for the housing committee next month.
Thank you. Yeah, next month.
It's going to be interesting.
It will be. It will be. And you know, I like the word you use, hope.
Yes.
Yeah, that's important. And again, thank you for your leadership. And Director Williams-Octalien.
Yes, Senator, thank you, and all of the senators here today for the opportunity to share with the progress, the challenges, and the goals for the recovery of the Virgin Islands. And with every step we take, sometimes we see that the path is lit, and then you wonder what are the barriers and the hoops you have to jump over to get to your intended results. There's a lot of opportunity. We have the funding. We have a number of challenges. The playing field has absolutely changed, but what hasn't changed is our resolve and our commitment to pushing these projects forward. From the Envision program to building our schools and our hospitals, we have the priorities for the recovery and intend to push it forward. I must always shout out the Team ODR, my Autobots, that they stand and rise to the occasion every time. And their support and their commitment to the vision of building a resilient Virgin Islands cannot be underscored enough. Look forward to your partnership as we move forward. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thanks to your team, I agree. You both have some wonderful people, highly professional staff. I know some of them personally, who I serve with in the Ving especially. I want to thank all the testifiers, of course, everyone who showed up today, my colleagues, my staff making this happen, the central staff for assisting us, media, and everyone who has made this a productive hearing. I believe this committee has a lot of work ahead of us to assist you and to improve the lives of our people. Ultimately, we're here about improving equality, and at the end of the day, anybody or anything that happens nationally that affects us, we have to harness our energies together to prevent anything from happening here in the VA. So thank you all for coming. Have a great evening. And the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is hereby adjourned. Thank you, guys.